Cattle Company and Top 50 Livestock. Second place in that first split, entry number 2753, the entry from Brooks Farms. Split number 2, entry number 2751 was first, the entry from Herdsman Polled Herefords, and entry number 2749, second place from Glenlee's Farms. Third place brought us the entry 2754 from Remitol West. Second place in that class, entry number 2758, the entry from Blair Athol Farms. And out of that last fourth split, entry number 2748 is first place, the entry from Glen Rose Farm and Emily Knutson. Second place, entry number 2752, the entry from Brooks Farms. These are our 8 calves vying for our intermediate bull calf division. We'd like to thank our sponsors in our bull calf division: Bieber Herefords, SFC Landing Cattle, Warnica Land and Cattle Company, and GWG Polled Herefords, all of our sponsors in our bull calf division. We'll get some comments here on our intermediate bull calf class from our judge, Mr. Craig Wilgenbush.
I'm going to go out and slap the intermediate, grand, and reserve bulls. We got 8 individuals out here that are very deserving to be out here. This is a really tough split of bull calves. Bulls that are really functional in their own right. Bulls that are going to go out and do a really nice job in a lot of different programs. I'm really comfortable with the bulls out here, and I'm going to go slap our grand and reserve. Thank you.
Split number 3, congratulations to Remitol West. Entry number 2754 is Remitol West Nordic. 98N is going to be our champion intermediate calf. He's going to go to split number 4 for our reserve champion. Congratulations goes to Glenlee's Farms and Emily Knutson with entry number 2748, Glenlee's EJK Apex 20N. Congratulations to Remitol West. and Glenlee's Farms and Emily Knutson, our champion and reserve champion in our intermediate bull calf division. We're going to move next into our senior bull class. We've got 3 splits into our senior division. In your show program, please scratch entry number 2769. 2769 is not going to be in the show today. Leading off this class, we do have 5 entries into this split of senior bull calves. These bull calves will be born January 31st to January 20th. A quick word from Chevy GMC. Trucks with all the power and no bull. Look no further than GMC and Chevrolet, an official partner of Canadian Western Agribition.
Testing 1, 2. Well, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Canadian Western Agribition Charolais Show. My name is Dwayne Trask, and I'll have the pleasure of making the announcements for today's show. We have quite a group of cattle coming before us here today, and I think you're going to enjoy a very long and interesting afternoon. This is a special year for me this year, and introducing our judges for today's show is particularly personally important to me. And I introduce our judges, Trent and Garrett Liebrick. Trent Liebrick rings quite a bell with me personally. I remember Trent Liebrick all too well being a young guy, fitting his head off in the back, spending all day evaluating cattle, fitting them cattle, a Saskatchewan boy right from the ground up. And we're really, really pleased to have Trent and his son Garrett, our judges for today. Let's start our show off with a nice round of applause for the Liebricks here judging the Charolais show. Of course, Trent has gone on to spearhead with his wife Janelle, a very, very dominant force in the Aberdeen Angus world. Like I said, a Saskatchewan boy, Saskatchewan girl got together and made it happen, and now we have the second generation back with us. So very pleased to have the Liebricks with us here today for our Charolais show. In the ring, joining them, Daryl Peterson, Larry Debenheim, and Will Brimner. Our marshallers today, Duncan Spess, Jeff Trask, and Levi Shields. The recorders here always count on a good job from Nicole Spence and Tammy Brown. Our show assistants today, Emily Schick and Scott Sunderland. I hope you enjoy the show. We'll have a number of announcements throughout the show, and we'll be sharing the mic with our good friends in the Hereford breed. And I hope you enjoy today's Charolais event.
We'll get some comments here on split number 1 in our senior bull calves in our Hereford ring.
This first split of senior bull calves, there's 2 bulls at the front of this class. You have to admire a lot of things they bring to a lot of different programs. The bull I'm going to lead off with the class with, you really love the rib shape, the dimension that he has, the lower third, the bone mass to body ratio. He's balanced. You appreciate him over the top, how strong he is in that hook to pin structure. Comes out of that front really nice. Just a really nice, powerful herd bull there. We get into the second place bull. Once again, very similar, but this bull adds really a ton of more muscle and shape. You love the length of spine to him. I'd just like to soften this calf up to compete with the other calf, but when you're talking about length and body mass, this bull is very representative and will do a heck of a job. Both these bulls, you put them in motion, you appreciate how fluent they are. We get into our third place bull. Here's a bull you really like on the profile. He's soft made, he's got some rib shape and some body. I'd just like to add a little maturity and put a little crest into him to compete with the 2 bulls that walked out of the class, but a bull in his own right that's going to do a really nice job. We get into the fourth place bull. Here's a bull you like a lot of things about on the profile. He's stout when you get behind him. He's got some pin set and some width the base to him. Just a little planer up through that front third to compete with the bulls that walked out of here in front of him, and I'd just give him a little more masculinity comparatively to the class winners. We round out the class with a bull that is no slouch himself either. He's got some body, some mass, he's soft enough and moves out very well. A very well-rounded.
Well, congratulations to our winners in split number 1. First place, entry number 2775, Harvey's Bold Statement ET80N, exhibit by Harvey Ranching and Tinley and Lila Harvey. Second place, entry number 2763, it's FCC 1K High Road 12N, exhibit by Fluelling Cattle Company. And please add additional owners, Sundance Herefords. Third place, entry number 2776, HMS Highcliff Nathan ET37N, exhibit by HMS Highcliff. Fourth place, entry number 2771, MR Slugger 29N, exhibited by Mission Ridge Herefords. Fifth place, entry number 2773, DFF Outcross 4N, exhibited by Dunsmore Family Farms. We'll see those top 2 back in our senior bull calf champion class, but we're going to move next into split number 2 of our senior bull calves. 6 entries into this class. They'll be bull calves born January 13th to January 19th. Looks like on the Charolais side of the ring, we've got some comments from our judge.
Thank you, sir. Class complete, and our judge with his remarks.
Well, good afternoon. It's a tremendous honor to be out here with my dad to sort these Charolais cattle, and I tell you what, we've got one heck of a heifer to go ahead and win this class. Just incredible in terms of her proportions. You love the foot and bone underneath her. She's awesome in terms of her angles. Love the body, love the design of that hip and hind leg, all paired with a beautiful skull. I just love the way that neck ties out of that shoulder. That's an awfully good heifer. Congratulations. We get into a really stout, really well-balanced and complete tan heifer coming in next. One that's a mile long. She gets around just fine enough for us today. She's good-bodied. I like the way her joints are put together. I like her skull. That's a nice heifer to sit in second. We get a big-framed, really good-looking heifer that's coming in third. This one looks incredibly good, Park. You love how long-sided she is. You love the neck. I love the angle of that shoulder, how relaxed she is in terms of her blade. I like how she hits in her knee. She's really good in terms of her body. It's just when she goes, she gets a little uncomfortable out of that hock and pasture and just a little outside of herself when she gets on the move. That's why she's in third today. Our heifers coming in fourth and fifth are ones that pair together incredibly, are awfully similar, and they're kind, they're stout, they're big bodied. They got a really, really nice look up front. They're super tidy about that neck, but with all that extension and being that refined up front, we just need to expand those heifers in terms of their real dimension, make them better in their heart and their forerib, make them a little more comfortable when they go. And that'll come with time as these heifers relax and handle better out here in the ring. We got a really well-balanced heifer rounding off the class. She's a mile long. She just doesn't have near enough body or stoutness for us today to come up any higher. But what a really nice way to start off the Charolais show.
Thanks, Garrett. Ladies and gentlemen, the Charolais ring, let's give a nice round of applause for our exhibitors leaving the ring. This class starts off at 2388, Longview Fendi 43 yen, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell, Saskatchewan. Second place, 2390. Sorry for that. 2390 placed second, W2 Miss Starstruck 572N. It brought to us today by W2 Farms of Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Third place goes to 2391. W2 Miss Princess Kate 579N, exhibited by W2 Farms, Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2388. Longview Fendi 43N. Sorry, I stated that was in first place earlier. That is fourth place. Longview Fendi 43N, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2389. Longview Tiffany 41N, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell. And sixth place to 2393. McTavish Jewel 82N, exhibited by McTavish Farms Limited of Mooseman, Saskatchewan. First and second place in that division our junior champions are the first and second place of that class that just left the ring. Just to correct my placings there, in the class that just left the ring, 2392 was first. SVY Elsa 550N, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan. And Katie Kolonowski. Sorry about that mistake when we first made the announcement.
I'll keep waiting for the perfect moment when
We'll get some comments here on split number 2 in our Hereford ring.
This split 2 in the senior division, we start off with a bull that I really love. The minute he comes in, he catches your eye. He's got so much herd bull presence to him. You love him through that front third. You love the forerib, and then you look at the length of spine he represents. He's rugged, but yet he's refined enough that you love a lot of things about him. When you put him into motion, he's really fluent. He's square on all 4 corners. Just a really nice herd bull in the making right there. We switch our gears a little bit with the second place bull. He is definitely the freshest bull in the class, but boy, do you love how he's built from front to back. He's clean in that sheath. He's really nice up through that front third. He's really strong topped. He's got a hip in him. He's got lots of masculinity. You love the scrotal development on him already, and then you analyze his structure, and he is sound to the ground. He just comes to the top of this class for me quite handily, even a lot of good reasons, and a really sound bull. We get into the third place bull. Here's a bull that's probably the most rugged bull out here. He's got a ton of body mass, a ton of bone to him. You love his shape on the profile. I'd just like to maybe stretch this bull a bit out in that loin, in that hook to pin structure to compete with the 2 bulls out in front of him here today. But a bull you appreciate the breeding value that he does add. We get into the fourth place bull. Here's a bull you really like the look. He's balanced. He's got some soundness to him. You get him in motion, you really appreciate him a lot. He's really mature. You love him up through that front third. Just a well-balanced individual as well. We get into the fifth place bull, a little more rugged, long spine bull, a bull that you do appreciate. He's easy doing. He's got a ton of grow and performance to him. And then we round out the class with a bull just a little greener in his type and a little greener in his presentation to compete. But a well put together individual as well.
Well, quickly in our Hereford side of the ring, congratulations goes to entry number 2766, Glenlee's Epic 1N, exhibited by Glenlee's Farms. Second place, entry number 2764, RSK Nightcap 7N, exhibited by RSK Farms. Third place, the entry from Harvey Ranching. Fourth place, the entry from A&L Pulled Herefords. Fifth place, the entry from Hershey Herefords, and rounding out our class, entry number 2761 was Brock Hill Farms. We'll turn the mic over to the Charolais ring as we come in with split number 3 in our Hereford ring.
Class complete in the Charolais ring. Once again, our judge with his remarks.
We've got an exceptionally well-balanced heifer to start this class. This heifer is super attractive through that front third of her body. She's deep, she's got lots of volume, gets out and travels real well. I like the hip in this heifer, and she's deceivingly wide. When you get behind her, you really get more appreciation for just how much heifer is there. Strong on her forerib, just a real nice individual to start this class. The second place heifer is a heifer that's really super attractive. Here's one that really has that look about her. She's got that extension through that front end, that carriage, that movement. She's really square in her hock and when she's traveling. You like the hip and the body in her. She gives up a little depth and performance to the heifer above her, and probably that's where the heifer in third might have a bit of an advantage. There's a little more body in that heifer, but she is a little shorter couple, just a little shorter hip, maybe not quite as square coming out of her hock, but you sure appreciate the rib, the capacity, the volume, and the strength of the skull in this heifer that's leading out in third. Fourth place heifer is a really nice heifer till you get back to her hip, where she just gets a little round for us, just tips in a little bit in them pins. Really like the front third of this heifer, like the body in her, like the ribbon capacity. Round the class out with a heifer that's just a little plainer made than the rest to stand the competition today, but again, a very correct and sound individual to round out her class today.
Thanks, Trent. Let's have a nice round of applause for those exhibitors leaving the ring on the Charolais side. First place at 2405, KFC Jewel 91N, exhibited by KFC Farms Limited of Abbotsford, BC. Second place at 2402, SVY Cover Girl 546N, brought to us today by Surrey Inco Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan. Third place to 2395, HKS Miss Lane 51N, exhibited by How Cooley Charolais, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2398. Southland Rowana 102N, exhibited by Southland Cattle of Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. And in fifth place, 2394, Near Nirvana Moment 1N, exhibited by Near Charolais, Crossfield, Alberta. and Sarah Whip.
We'll get some comments on our Hereford side of the ring in our third and final split of our senior bull calves.
We lead off this third and final split with a really nice calf. You want to talk about some balance and some look and just a real nice presence that he has when he walks into the ring. This bull's got a nice forerib. He's strong in that heart girth. A bull you appreciate a lot of things he's done. He's square in that hook to pin structure. He's sound on all four. Tight sheath. You love the maturity that he represents. We get into the second place bull. Here's a bull you love the performance side. This guy's got some go. He's got some stretch from front to back. You love the stoutness. You get behind him. You appreciate his pin set and the wide base that he does represent. Just gets a little looser in his makeup with a little more sheath, and it gives up a little bit in that heart girth comparatively to the bull that walks out. But two really nice individuals that lead off this class. We get into the third place bull, a bull you appreciate. This bull's got a ton of power and a ton of muscle to him, just a little more rugged in his type and kind. He's a little higher in his loin when you set him into motion and a little more sheath to compete with the two bulls. But you got to love the presence and the herd bull look that he does give you on that front third. We get into the fourth place bull. Here's a bull that's probably one of the longest spine bulls in the class. You love the rib shape and the volume to him. Just gets a little tighter wound, and I'd like to free him up in his motion today to compete any higher. We round out the class with a bull that's still got some masculinity to him and some mass to him. It's a really nice competitive senior class of bulls. Just gives up some of that look and a little higher in the loin to compete with the bulls that walked out in front of him here today. Thank you.
Well, in split number 3, first place in this class, we'll see back in our championship class under number 2762, the entry from Bar JM Farms and RWB Hereford. Second place, From the Cliffs Farms, entry number 2759, TCF Painted Blue 503N. Third place, 2760, the entry from K-Cal Ranch. Fourth place, entry number 2767, the entry from Eris Acres. And fifth place, the entry from 2772, the entry from Mission Ridge. We're going to come back in on the Hereford side of the ring for our senior division bull calf champion class. We'll be seeing the top two back from each one of our classes. It looks like on the Charolais side of the ring, we've got some comments from our judge.
Thank you. Back in the Charolais ring, class complete. Our judge with his remarks.
We've got an awfully good one to go ahead and win this class. I tell you what, she's as good looking as you can make them. She's tucked up in her chest. She's awesome in her shoulder. She's got a great skull. And the best part about this heifer is when you get in behind her. She's super stout and really bold rib. Look at her when she goes. She stays incredibly true to her skeleton. That's an awfully good heifer to go ahead and win this class. We've got some discussion here when it comes into second through fourth here. This heifer that we're going to go ahead and side with for second is just incredibly long for her frame. Absolutely love the length in this heifer. She's got a tremendous length to her hip. She gets out and travels well. She just gets a little bit tighter in terms of her heart and pulls her hocks together a nickel when she goes. But that heifer's got a heck of a bright future ahead of her. We get into a little more traditional looking heifer coming in third. This one's got an incredible length of spine as well. She's really long bodied. You like the rib shape to her. You like the muscle when you get in behind her. She just gets a little bit tighter in terms of her heart and a little bit more forward in the angle of that shoulder. That's a nice heifer to stand in third. We've got a sweet looking heifer standing in fourth. When she's parked, you like her as well as any. She's really high tying. She's super sweet chested. You love the skull and presence of this heifer. She just gets a little bit up on her spine when she goes. Like to make her a little bit more comfortable and give her a little bit more forerib and heart for her to go any higher. We've got a really long made practical heifer rounding off our class. One that just gets a little bit flatter when you get out behind her for her to go any higher today. But what a nice set of Charolais heifers.
Thanks, Garrett. Let's have a nice round for those heifers leaving the ring. Give you the placings quick, and we'll turn the mic back to our Hereford friends. First place in class 2400, SVY Jewel 536N, exhibited by Surrey Ankle Cattle Company, Maymont, and Blanchette Ranch. Second place 2396, Irvinside Miss Monte Carlo 10N, exhibited by Irvinside Cattle Company of Fergus, Ontario. Third place to 2399, Elders Wilma, exhibited by Elders Charolais, Coronach, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2397, Irvinside Miss Monte Carlo 8N, exhibited by Irvinside Cattle Company, Fergus, Ontario. And in fifth place, 2403, PCCX Nancy 51N, exhibited by Perfect Choice Charolais of Weyburn, Saskatchewan. Back to the Hereford mic.
Well, in our senior bull calf division, we're going to get some comments from our judge, Mr. Craig Wilgenbush.
We have a really nice set of individuals out here in the senior class. I'm going to go out and slap my two favorites out here today. Two bulls that I think are really functional. They're sound to the ground, bulls with some body, some mass, and some structure, and some overall performance. Thank you.
We'd like to thank our senior bull calf sponsors, Warnock on Land and Cattle, and GWG Pulled Herefords, our senior bull calf division sponsors. Split 2. Congratulations to Glenlee's Farms, entry number 2766. Glenlee's Epic 1N is going to be our champion senior bull calf. And we're going to head all the way to split number 1 for our reserve champion, 2775, Harvey Bold Statement, ET80N. He's going to be our reserve champion from Harvey Ranching and Tinley and Lila Harvey. Congratulations, our champion senior bull calf, entry number 2766 from Glenlee's Farms, and our reserve champion, 2775 from Harvey Ranching, Tinley and Lila Harvey. We're going to move next in the Hereford ring to our first split of our bulls born in 2024.
Some comments on our class champions, Judge Trent.
Thank you, Dwayne. This is a really nice set of heifers we have here in our intermediate division. I think there's two that come to the top of this quite handily for us. They fit together. They're very similar in a lot of ways. They've got some scale and some scope to them, some cattle with some extra performance, and we sure appreciate that in the Charolais breed. Garrett's going to show you our two favorites. It's a really nice set. Give these exhibitors a round of applause.
There's our intermediate champion calves, the champion 2400 SVY Jewel 536N, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company and Blanchette Ranch, and our reserve intermediate female champion 2405 KFC Jewel 91N, exhibited by KFC Farms, Abbotsford, BC. Ladies and gentlemen, our intermediate calf champions. Let's have a nice round of applause. Let's show our appreciation. Intermediate champion heifers sponsored by Jones Charolais and the folks at McTavish Charolais, Moosomin, Saskatchewan. Congratulations, intermediate champions.
Thank you very much to our Agribition partner, Connexus Credit Union. Join the excitement at Canadian Western Agribition with Connexus Credit Union. Visit us at booth number 139 in the International Trade Center. Meet our friendly team, snag some cool swag, and enter to win an incredible grand prize. Thank you very much to Canadian Western Agribition partner, Connexus Credit Union. We want to spotlight one of our other sponsors and partners of Canadian Western Agribition, FCC, Farm Credit Canada. Farm Credit Canada is proud to be 100% invested in Canadian agriculture and food. Learn how we can help your business at FCC.ca. FCC is a proud partner of the Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor Award here at Canadian Western Agribition. It's great to have Farm Credit Canada, a partner of Canadian Western Agribition. We're going to get some comments here on our first split of yearling bulls.
This bull we lead off in the yearling division, you really admire from front to back. The minute he comes in the ring, he catches your attention. He grabs his stride. Here's a bull, he's tight sheathed. He's really masculine up through that front third. You love the scrotal underneath of this bull. You love the soundness underneath this bull. He's got a little height to him. He's got some frame, but I won't take that away from him. You love a lot of things about this bull from front to back. He's really complete. We get into our second place bull. There's a huge age gap out here. There's 2 October calves we have in the middle of this class. We're not going to hold that against them. There's a lot of value in these 2 bulls, but when they're going up against April and March calves, it's a little tough to distinguish a few things. But boy, we like a lot of things about this bull. You love the rib shape, you love the length of spine, you love that lower dimension in his lower third. He gets out, he's really sound, he's square to the ground, just a really well-balanced overall bull. We tighten up his sheath if we're really going to get real fussy, but there's a lot of good breeding points to this bull. Same thing with my third place bull. He's very similar in type. He's an October calf that you got to admire. He's still got some length of spine, some soundness. He's really nice through that front shoulder. Just a really complete bull from front to back. And we round out the class with a 4th place bull, and no disrespect at all, this bull's still got lots of value. You love the rib shape, the dimension that he does have. Just gets a little plainer, and when you set him in motion, gets a little out-horsed comparatively to the bulls that walked out in front of him here today. But a really nice class of yearling bulls. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to our winner in split number 1. First place goes to entry number 2781, Blair Athol Casino 157M, exhibited by Blair Athol Farms. Second place, entry number 2777, K-Cow He's a Final Draft 5M, exhibited by K-Cow Ranch. Third place, entry number 2778, K-Cow Magnitude 76M, exhibited by K-Cow Ranch. And fourth place in class, entry number 2786, Square D Pipestone ET 101M, exhibited by Square D Pulled Herefords. We're going to move next on the Hereford side of the ring to split number 2. We've got 5 entries in this class in our February and January born 2024 bulls.
Back to the Charolais ring. Once again, class complete. Our judge with the remarks.
We've got a high-quality pair of heifers standing out here in first and second, and there's some discussion to decide where you want to land on. For us, we love the fresh heifer that's going to go ahead and win. She's super athletic when she gets out and goes. She's comfortable when she goes. She holds her spine incredibly well. You love her angles. That's an awfully pretty heifer. Just gets a little bit shorter bodied for us, but I tell you what, that's where the second place heifer really takes the hammer. She is a mile long. She's really big bodied. She's stout when you get in behind her. She's got a little bit more timber underneath her. This heifer just needs to get modified just a nickel on the move. Just like to change the way she hits the ground and make her a little bit more relaxed in terms of her spine. We've got a really nice heifer standing in third, one that's really well balanced and appropriate in terms of her proportions. She's stout when you get in behind her. It gets a little bit easier there right behind her shoulder and rounds off just a nickel in terms of her hip. We've got another heifer that's really well balanced in terms of body and length, one that just gets pretty plain about her skull, and I'd like to give her just a shot more shape when you get in behind her. It just gets a little bit flatter sided. Another heifer coming in next, one that just doesn't have the frame of those heifers ahead of her, but one that's really long-sided and well-balanced. She travels well. Just need to bulk that one up and give her a shot more frame for her to go any higher. We've got an incredibly long-sided tan heifer that's coming in next, one that's just stout when you get in behind her. You like the hipping or you like the shape. Just gets a little bit tighter in terms of her rib cage and a little bit plain about the top side of her neck, and like to tidy her up in her chest. We've got a really good bodied heifer rounding off our class, one that's soft-sided and sound jointed. She just gets pretty narrow at the base when she goes away from you. We need to make that one just to open that one up just a touch for her to go any higher. But what a nice set of heifers.
Thanks, Garrett. Let's have a nice round of applause for the folks that just brought that great set of heifers in front of us. That class was led off by 2438 KR Miss XL 538N, exhibited by KR Land and Cattle Company, Wasatna, Alberta. Second place to 2425 SVYKFC Jewel 534N, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan, and KFC Farms Limited. Third place to 2440 JWX Lady Luck 3231N, exhibited by Wilkenbush Charolais, Hallbright, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2441 JWX Cecilia 7231N, exhibited by Wilkenbush Charolais, Hallbright, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2427 Val N Lady 48N, exhibited by Valley's End Charolais, Central Butte, Saskatchewan. Sixth place, 2431 McTavish Cinnamon 4N, exhibited by McTavish Farms, Moosomin, Saskatchewan. And in seventh place, 2434 Chard Creek, Nevada 22N, brought to us today by Chard Creek Ranch, Weyburn, Saskatchewan.
Right in front of me, I didn't realize you were my dream, so you took me by surprise. Oh yeah, even in my wildest dreams, I didn't think we were destined to be, and now you're laying next to me. Everything feels like, oh yeah, wanna give you every part of me. I can't believe this is reality, and now you're laying next to me. Everything feels like, oh yeah. I'm just curious, when did you know you had feelings for me? Maybe somehow we've always known that we have chemistry, but always chasing after someone else. So this took me by surprise. Oh yeah, even in my wildest dreams, I didn't think we were destined to be, and now you're laying next to me. Everything feels like, oh yeah, wanna give you every part of me. I can't believe this is reality, and now you're laying next to me. Everything feels like, oh yeah. Even in my wildest dreams, even in my wildest dreams. Oh yeah, even in my wildest dreams, I didn't think we were destined to be, and now you're laying next to me. Everything feels like, oh yeah, wanna give you every part of me. I can't believe this is reality, and now you're laying next to me. Everything feels like, oh yeah.
We'll get some comments here. Split number 2 of our yearling bulls.
Here's some really nice breeding tools in this class. In the class, the bull we lead off the class with is hands down, to me, brings a lot of value to any breeding program. You want to talk about a bull that's really nice up through that front third. He's got a ton of presence to him. You love the character in that skull. Carries it into a really strong forerib. He's deep-sided. He's deep-flanked. You love the scrotal under him. You love how sound he is to the ground. You love the overall mass when you get behind this bull and the pin set that he represents. Beasts of this type you got to really give a lot of credit for. He is impressive in every angle and every aspect out here today. We follow him up with another really nice type bull, a bull that can be used in a lot of different breeding programs, but a bull you admire for the skull that he has, how strong he is, how much punch he has in the rib shape, how much round and muscle and meat that he does carry. I love how easy doing he is, how easy fleshing he is. He gets out and he strides so well. Just a really nice breeding tool. We get into the third place bull. Complements the front two as much as anything out here today. You love the depth of body, the mass, the overall stride that he represents. Just a real strong herd bull to be using. We get into the fourth place bull. Once again, another really good prospect. You love the length of spine that he has. He's real mature. I'd just like to loosen him up and make him a little soggier to compete with the bulls out in front of him here today, but he's really sound to the ground and he gets out and moves really nicely. We round out the class with a little different in his type and presentation, but a bull you admire. He's still got some round, some muscle, and some shape and squareness to the ground. Thank you.
Well, first place in our split number 2, entry number 2783. The entry from Heraldson Polled Hereford, Story, Burford Ranch, 12 Oaks Landing Cattle, and Rimkey Cattle Company. It's SHR 8083. Orcless 4061. Second place, entry number 2779. HMS Highcliff Maximus ET25M, exhibited by HMS Highcliff and Scott Manley. Third place, entry number 2782. It's Torchview Status Quo 67M, exhibited by Torchview Cattle and Goodline Farms. Fourth place, entry number 2784. GH Insight Marco 7M, exhibited by Hershey Herefords, Austin Tatum, and Riverview Farms. Fifth place in this class, entry number 2780. Brock Hill Moonshine 4M, exhibited by Brock Hill Farms. Coming back into our championship class, we're going to have our top 2 out of our yearling division. We want to thank our sponsor of our yearling division here in our junior bulls, Lone Pine Cattle Services and Brooks Farms.
Back in the Charolais ring, class complete. Once again, our judge with his remarks.
This class took us a little more time. We had to have another look. There's a lot of variation here, and there's a lot of different options in our mind in this class. The cattle are different at the front of this class. We've got one that's a little more compact in her makeup, but she's very correct and sound, very attractive in her front third. Really nice headed heifer. She's appropriate in her muscle pattern and very well balanced, and that puts her at the front of the class. The heifer we follow with has a little more length. She's a really attractive heifer, but she's maybe just not quite as natural, just as soft in her middle as the heifer that leads the class. But you really appreciate the length and style, eye appeal, and the soundness of movement in this heifer in second. Our third place heifer is a heifer that's really extended in her front third. The broken pattern heifer here's one that's got a lot of rib and volume, but maybe just not the same kind of forerib as the heifers that lead the class. Then we have the power heifer in the class, and as much as we like the performance in that heifer just needs to be tidied up underneath to stand any higher today. But you sure appreciate the overall mass and body, but while still being feminine enough headed for it. Then we move into some heifers that, as we work our way down the line, they're just not as well balanced heifers that maybe are a little quicker in their maturity pattern and maybe not quite as attractive in their overall structure, but a strong set of heifers top to bottom.
Our placings quickly here in the Charolais ring. First place to 2413, Elders Design 577N, exhibited by Elders Charolais, Coronach, Saskatchewan. Second place to 2417, Elders Bougie Polled 550N, exhibited by Elders Charolais, Coronach, Saskatchewan. Third place to 2418, Longview Versace 8N, exhibited by Grace Whitus, Jedburgh, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2412, Hidden Lake Nancy 13N, exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farm, Carberry, Manitoba. Fifth place to 2420, Longview Kiss This 14N, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenville, Saskatchewan. Sixth place to 2415, Elders Miss Leanne 536N, exhibited by Elders Charolais, Coronach, and KFC Farms. 7th place to 2442 HC Babyface 591N, exhibited by Hunter Charolais, Roblin, Manitoba. Back to the Hereford ring.
We'll get some comments here on our Yearling Bull Champion class.
We have 4 individuals in this yearling class that are very deserving to be out here. I'm going to go out and select 2 bulls that I think are very functional in their own right. 2 bulls in lots of breeding programs that can add a ton of value in the future. Thank you.
Entry number 2783 is going to be our champion yearling bull, SHR 8083 Oculus 4061, exhibited by Heraldson Polled Hereford, Story Hereford Ranch, 12 Oaks Land and Cattle, and Rimkey Cattle Company. Our reserve champion is going to stay in that division. Entry number 2779, HMS Highcliffe Maximus ET 25M, exhibited by HMS Highcliffe and Scott Manley. Congratulations to our 2 yearling bulls. We'd like to thank again our sponsors of our yearling division, Lone Pine Cattle Services and Brooks Farms. We're going to move next into 2 splits in our mature 2-year-old bulls. We've got 2 splits as we put the pieces together for our National Hereford Classic, our Hereford Show here, our National Hereford Show at Canadian Western Agribition.
Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to acknowledge the PJ Bundlers 2024 champion of the world's awards, recognize excellence in cattle breeding from around the globe. This year, the competition saw over 1,950 entries from 95 countries, representing 16 different breeds evaluated by 42 judges worldwide. The Champion of the World competition was founded in 2012 to promote awareness, goodwill, and trade within the global cattle community. We have a screen going on up there right now if you want to follow along. In 2025, Champion of the World competition takes place this coming year from December 1st to the 14th. This week, 20 world champion breeders have traveled from across the world to be here with us at Canadian Western Agribition, and we're proud to celebrate their achievements here on our stage. The Charolais winners from 2024 were Miss World Longview Cattle Company from Canada, Champion of the World Prairie Cove Charolais, and Southland Cattle Company, all from Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, let's acknowledge the championship awards from these great breeders. Let's have a nice round of applause. Longview Cattle Company, Prairie Cove Charolais, and Southland Cattle Company. Once again, a show like Agribition does not survive without the participation of our sponsors, and we're very, very proud here at Agribition. The number of very long-term folks, both in and out of the Charolais breed. Certainly no stranger to the Charolais breed. Norheim Equipment is up towards Saskatoon. They're a Saskatchewan-based retailer that supplies equipment for Western Canadian livestock producers. As farmers themselves, they understand the demands of livestock production and care deeply about the future of the industry. From tractors to feeding and fencing, Norheim Equipment Company delivers practical solutions, provides expert support to help producers work smarter, safer, and more profitably. Once again, we really appreciate the great folks at Norheim Equipment and their involvement long-term with Agribition. Of course, I was one of those that enjoyed free admission here to Agribition today, courtesy of Connexus Credit Union. They're a proud partner of Canadian Western Agribition. Thinking about growing your operation? Stop by their booth in the Connexus Watering Hole for a coffee and a chat with one of their expert ag advisors. In the Charolais ring, class complete. Once again, our judge with their remarks.
Back in the Charolais ring, we've got a little bit different in terms of types and variations of kinds of heifers out here. The most well-balanced, most fault-free heifer comes to the top of the class for us quite handily. This is one that's correct in terms of her angles. I like the angle of that shoulder. She's flat-shouldered. She's good-bodied. I like that upper rib shape. She's stout when you get in behind her. She utilizes her hind leg correctly. That's just a very well-balanced real-world heifer to go ahead and win. We've got a cool-looking, high-performing heifer coming in second. One that's big-scaled and good-looking. You like how big and boned she is. She's got some middle. Just gives up a little bit in terms of her heart and her forerib, and would just like to make her a little bit wider at the ground when she goes away from you. But that's a nice heifer with a bright future. We get into another really long-sided white heifer coming in third. One that's got some muscle. You like the hip. You like the curvature to that rib cage. Just with all that power, we need to tighten her up a little bit in terms of her skull and her chest for her to go into any higher. We got a really neat made heifer coming in next. One that's got some foot and bone. One that's got some body. One that's got a hip in her. She gets around and looks like she should travel extremely well. She's just pretty far in terms of her maturity pattern and her condition for us today. We get into a heifer coming in next, one that looks really nice parked, but again, when she goes, we need to relax her in terms of her angles. She gets a little bit straight. She's going to stand there today. Heifer coming in next is sweet looking in terms of her front 1/3. You like the body. She just needs to be more coordinated in terms of her hind leg and give her a shot more body and a little more frame for her to go any higher. We got a heifer rounding us off. Has got a tremendous amount of length. Got some hip in her. One that we just got to relax in terms of her spine and give her a shot more middle for her to go any higher.
We'll get some comments over here in our Hereford ring from our judge, Craig Wilgenbush.
In this class of bulls, we lead off with a bull I really am comfortable at the forefront of this class. A bull you admire for the depth, the rib, the masculinity he represents, how soft he is and the doability he has. He's sound to the ground, he gets out and moves. Really like his hook to pin structure. Just a really well-balanced, well put together bull. These are two different breeding bulls that lead off this class. There's a bit of give and take. The bull that I place in second is a bull you admire for the length of spine he has. He is strong topped. Gets maybe a little short in that neck comparatively to the bull that leads out of this class, but a bull you admire. He's sound to the ground. He's got some go and he's got some muscle and some shape in him. Going to make a really nice herd bull and lots of useful in different breeding programs. We round out the class with a third place bull, a little tighter wound than the two bulls that walk out of this class, but a bull you still admire for his length and muscle that he represents. A really nice set of bulls.
Well, in our first split here of our 2-year-old class, first place entry number 2789, the entry from Blair Athol Farms. 2794 is second from Remitol West and Dallas Farms. We'll see those top two back in our 2-year-old champion. And entry number 2787, third place from Brock Hill Farms. We're going to go next into our second and final split of our 2-year-old bulls as we turn it back over to our Charolais ring.
The Charolais class that just left the ring, I'll give you those placings now. 24-28 was first, SOS Nova Polled, 57-3, and exhibited by Springside Cattle Company, Airdrie, Alberta. Second place at 24-32, PCCX Northern Princess 50N, exhibited by Perfect Choice Charolais, Weyburn, Saskatchewan. Third place at 24-30, C2 Charlotte 19N, exhibited by C2 Charolais, La Riviere, Manitoba. Fourth place to 24-35, BRL Heather, CCC WC Redemption 7143, exhibited by Planjet Ranch Limited of Edam, Saskatchewan. Fifth place at 24-33, HBC Haley 502N, exhibited by Harcourt Charolais, Quill Lake, Saskatchewan. Sixth place at 24-29, C2H Lake Miss Berkeley 22N, exhibited by C2 Charolais, La Riviere, Manitoba, and Hidden Lake Charolais. And seventh place, SKW Charm 43N, entry number is 2436, exhibited by Creek Edge Land and Cattle Company, Yellow Creek, Saskatchewan. Charolais class complete. Once again, our judge with his remarks.
I've got a heifer that starts the class here that I really like a lot. Garrett and I are in agreement. Here's one with a tremendous amount of volume, tremendous rib cage in this heifer. You just really like the extension through that front end. She's strong enough headed to have the power, but feminine enough to be a female. We really like the way this one comes together. We follow her with a heifer that's just not quite as powerful in her rib cage, maybe not quite as strong in her forerib, but one again very sound and correct, one that gets out and travels, and we like the length through the front end in this heifer and the way she gets out and move. The heifer we follow into third with is one that's quite similar, just again gives up a little bit of that overall rib cage and shape to the heifer above her, but one you appreciate the overall extension, the soundness, the angles, and the flexibility. Now the heifer that comes in fourth was the problem heifer for me, that being I want that heifer in second, standing there right now, but that heifer just isn't quite sound enough coming out of the base for her shoulder to move any higher. I love everything about that heifer once you get past that, but right in there she just gets a little outside of herself at the base of her shoulder. Really love the body and the rib cage and the femininity in that heifer in fourth. Then we have some heifers that just give up a little bit of the overall performance and type of the heifers that start the class, but heifers that are very sound and correct in their overall makeup.
Thanks, Trent. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause for those heifers leaving the ring. The class is led on by 2422, W2 Miss New Germain, 5003N, exhibited by W2 Farms, Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Second place to 2416, Elders Wakamo 503N, exhibited by Elders Charolais, Coronach, Saskatchewan. Third place, 2421, Justamere 9712, Empress 305N, exhibited by Justamere Farms, Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. 2419 was fourth. ONL Miss Smooch 65N, exhibited by Danes Cattle and O'Neill Livestock, Red Deer County, Alberta. Fifth place to 2407, CKE Bowie 6N, exhibited by CK Stock Farms, Candiac, Saskatchewan. Sixth place to 2426, Valan Lady 2N, exhibited by Valley's End Charolais, Central Butte, Saskatchewan. Seventh place to 2437. SKW Shasta 10N, exhibited by Creek's Edge Land and Cattle of Yellow Creek, Saskatchewan. This is the last class, and then we'll move into our Senior Futurity Heifer Calf class. Our Senior Futurity Calf class sponsored by Wood River Charolais and Horseshoe E Charolais, Kenneson, Saskatchewan.
We'll get some comments here on split number 2 of our 2-year-old bull division. Judge Craig Wiggenbush.
This is a very interesting split of senior bulls. 1 to 4 have their own use in any industry. The bull that I lead off is a bull I really admire from front to back. A bull you love in that front shoulder. You love the angularity. You love the bone mass to the body ratio that he represents. You love when you see this bull in motion. He's really soft, but yet he's sound enough in his structure type. He's really got a character herd bull presence to him. I just love the hip structure in this bull. He's got some size, he's got some volume. Just a really tough bull and to get around, and a really useful bull in my eyes in a lot of ways in the industry. We get into the second place bull, much the same. This bull has a ton of use and a ton of value. You love the top, you love the thickness, the overall balance that he represents. You love that character herd bull head that he has. This bull gets out and strides just as well. We're picking them apart and being real fussy on splitting these two bulls. Both these bulls deserve a lot of value in a lot of different breeding programs. We get into the third place bull, very similar as the two bulls that just walked out of here. You love the mass, you love the rib shape, you love the depth of quarter and the muscle that he represents. He's sound when he puts his foot on the ground, just a big, rugged useful bull in a lot of different terms and a lot of different ways. The fourth bull that rounds out this class, you don't do him justice because it's such a tough class, but a bull you still love a lot of things he does. He's got some thickness, he's got some top, he comes out of that shoulder really nice, he's a real mature look, and he gets out and power walks. What a really nice set of 4 senior bulls. Thank you.
Well, first place in split number 2, coming back for our 2-year-old champion class, entry number 2791, CSC 701 Oshado 316, exhibited by Medonte Highlands Pulled Herefords, Abbey Hill Farms, CSC Cattle Company, 101 Ranch, and Churchill Cattle Company. Second place in that split, entry number 2792, Churchill Vanguard 360L ET, exhibited by Glenlee's Farms, Eureka Herefords, and Churchill Cattle Company. Third place, entry number 2788, is Bar RZ Levi 18L, exhibited by Fluelling Cattle Company, Holmes Farms, Manchester Pulled Herefords, and Stuart and Sherry Zodeman. Fourth place in that class, entry number 2793, Elm Lodge Legit 36L, exhibited by LV Farms, Elm Lodge, and Mosque Pulled Herefords. Congratulations to all of our bulls coming back in as we go back into our senior champion bull. We'd like to thank our sponsors in our senior champion 2-year-old bull class, A&L Pulled Herefords and C&T Cattle Company. Our 4 entries into this class out of that first split. Entry number 2789, Blair Athol 5-star 171L, and Ramatal West Tron 178L. Out of that second split, entry number 2791 is CSC 701 Oshado 316, and entry number 2792 Churchill Vanguard 360L ET. These are our 4 bulls vying for our 2-year-old champion bull class. We'll get some comments here on our 2-year-old champion class from our judge, Mr. Craig Wilgenbush.
This is a really nice class of 2-year-old bulls. There's bulls that are very useful in this industry, bulls that are going to add some power, some mass, some rib shape, make some females out there and raise a heck of a set of bull calves. I'm very comfortable with the 2 bulls I'm going to go out and slap as my grand and reserve champion senior bull. Thank you.
Entry number 2791, Oshado 316 from Medonte Highland Pulled Herefords, Abbey Hill Farms, CSC Cattle Company, 101 Ranch, and Churchill Cattle Company. Entry number 2791 is going to be our champion 2-year-old bull. Staying in that split, our reserve champion, entry number 2792, is Churchill Vanguard 360L ET, exhibited by Glenlee's Farms, Eureka Herefords, and Churchill Cattle Company. We'll see these 2 bulls back as we move next into our grand and reserve grand champion bull of our 2025 Canadian Western Agribition National Hereford Show class.
Class complete in the Charolais ring, and once again our judge with his remarks.
Well, as the day progresses, the quality in these classes sure gets deeper all the way through. We've got an awfully good set of heifers out in front of us. Well, we land on this heifer that's just the most well-balanced in terms of having some volume, some power, some capacity, being correct in her angles. It's just a really nice heifer that proportions up really well, one that we like to win. We get into a fresher heifer coming in next, one that's got a really nice look and more extension in that front end. You really like the angle of this one's shoulder. She does get a little bit tighter in her heart, but that heifer's still awfully good. We get into a very powerful, very practical heifer coming in third. This is one with a tremendous amount of rib and hip in her. You love the muscle. She just gets a little bit coarser and plainer in terms of her head and her neck, and one that's just not quite as extended and as show ring ready as these other heifers in terms of her look. Our fourth place heifer is one you gotta love on the standstill, one that's correct in terms of her angles. She shoots that neck up high out of the top side of her shoulder. She's soft-sided. Her hip and hind leg design is correct. It's just when you get in behind her, she gets a little bit narrower, flattens back to her pins, and tapers to the ground when she goes. I tell you what, our fifth place heifer is a true power cow. This is one that's incredibly stout and an immense amount of volume. You love the bone. All of that power kind of works against her, though, as she goes away from you, as she rolls over on those back pasterns, and that's why she is where she is today. Our heifer coming in next, one that's just really well balanced, not quite as good looking as these heifers above her, just to make a real nice cow down the road. And our last two winding us out just don't have the extra stoutness or softness and look of those heifers above them, but congratulations.
Nice round of applause for those Charolais heifers just leaving the ring. Another outstanding group. First place goes to 2406, CKE Bernice 1N, exhibited by CK Stock Farms, Candiac, Saskatchewan. Second place to 2408, CKE Carissa 7N, exhibited by CK Stock Farms, Candiac, Saskatchewan. Third place to 2410, Southland Edria 7N, exhibited by Southland Cattle, Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2409, CKE Bernadette 4N, exhibited by CK Stock Farms, Candiac, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2423, SVY Starstruck 502N, exhibited by Surrey Inkle Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan. Sixth place to 2439, JWX Lexus 5103N, exhibited by Wilgenbush Charolais, Hallbright, Saskatchewan. Seventh place to 2466, HC Zelma 507N, exhibited by Hunter Charolais, Roblin, Manitoba. And in eighth place, 2443, HC Zelma 502N, exhibited by Hunter Charolais, Roblin, Manitoba. Next class in the ring will be our senior heifer calf class championship.
So over on our Hereford side of the ring, we've got a class full of bulls as we get ready to declare a 2025 National Hereford Show Champion Bull Class. Out of our junior bulls, our champion junior bull entry number 2732 is ANL ACDT Fawns ET133N, exhibited by ANL Polled Herefords, Danny and Kelvin Fornwald, Golden Oak, and AXA Alan Marshall. Reserve champion in that junior division, entry number 2736, Haraldson's Proud 35L ET401N, exhibited by Haraldson's Polled Herefords. We moved into our intermediate division. Our champion intermediate division bull, entry number 2754, is Rematal West Nordic 98N, exhibited by Rematal West. Our reserve champion intermediate bull, entry number 2748, is Glen Lee's EJK Apex 20N, exhibited by Glen Lee's Farms and Emily Knutson. We moved into our senior bull division. Our champion senior bull class, entry number 2766 from Glen Lee's Farms, it's Glen Lee's Epic 1N. And our reserve champion is entry number 2775, Harvey Bold Statement ET80N, exhibited by Harvey Ranching and Tinley and Lila Harvey. We move next into our yearling bulls. And our yearling champion yearling bull was entry number 2783, SHR Oculus 4061, exhibited by Haraldson Polled Herefords, Story Hereford Ranch, 12 Oaks Land and Cattle, and Rimkey Cattle Company. And our reserve champion, entry number 8, is entry number 2779, HMS Highcliffe Maximus ET 25M, exhibited by HMS Highcliffe and Scott Manley. Our last bulls that were crowned to make it into this class are our 2-year-old champions. Entry number 2791 is CSC 701 Oshado 316, exhibited by Medonte Highland Pulled Herefords, Abbey Hill Farms, CSC Cattle Company, 101 Ranch, and Churchill Cattle Company. Our reserve champion 2-year-old, entry number 2792, is Churchill Vanguard 360 LET, exhibited by Glenlee's Farms, Eureka Herefords, and Churchill Cattle Company. Let's put our hands together for all of our bulls in our champion class of our Canadian Western Agribition National Hereford Show. Before we get some comments here, we've got one award that we do want to hand out. The sire of our show is an award presented by the Canadian Hereford Association. And this year, the sire of our show is NJW 119E 142 Proud 35L. The breeder on this bull is Ned and Jan Ward. Let's put our hands together for Proud 35L being our champion sire of the show. If we can get Ned and Jad to make their way to ringside for a picture, congratulations on our breeder, Ned and Jan Ward, and Proud 35L, our sire of the show. Again, this award sponsored by the Canadian Hereford Association. Let's put our hands together for Ned and Jan Ward, sire of the show, for that award on Proud 35L. We're going to turn the mic over to our judge, Mr. Craig Wilgenbush, for some comments on our champion Hereford bull class.
Thank you, Mark. We're in the championship class here. This is one heck of a set of bull calves. There's from front to back, there's a lot of useful bulls that can be used in the breed in so many different ways in a purebred program or a commercial program. These bulls have a ton of value to them. There's a couple bulls out here I think have a ton of value to them and a ton of value they're going to add to a lot of breeding programs down the road. I kind of reiterated this when I said slap the champion female. This is kind of a bucket list thing. Canadian Western Agribition is the biggest event of the year in the cattle livestock industry, and to judge it is a huge honor. And I couldn't be more happy to do it here today, and we've had a lot of fun out here today. And I'd like you to put your hands together for an excellent set of Hereford bulls that come out here today.
Oshado is going to be our champion bull. Congratulations to Medonte Highland Pulled Herefords, Abbey Hill Farm, CSC Cattle Company, 101 Ranch, and Churchill Cattle Company. Entry number 2791 is CSC 701 Oshado 316, our champion 2025 National Hereford Show Canadian Agribition winner. And Oculus is going to be our reserve. Congratulations. Entry number 2783 is SHR 8083 Oculus 4061. Exhibited by Heraldson Pulled Herefords, Story Hereford Ranch, 12 Oaks Land and Cattle, and Rimkey Cattle Company. Congratulations to all of our exhibitors in our champion and reserve champion bull class. We'd like to thank our sponsors very much. From John Deere, we've got Jaden Nile and Tara-Lee LaRose. We'd like to thank MNP for the bar sponsorship. Mackenzie Gordon representing MNP. Jolene Shea, representing the Saskatchewan Cattle Association, District 7. Garner Diebold, representing Bobagen. And Lee Norheim, representing Norheim Equipment. We'd like to thank all of our sponsors very much for our Grand and Reserve Champion Hereford Bull. We'll turn it over to the Charolais ring as we get into our group classes next on our Hereford side.
Thanks, Mark. Judge Liebrich, back to you in the Charolais ring.
Thank you, and congratulations to the winners over on the Hereford side. We've had a tremendous senior heifer calf show here. I mean, we've got 5 classes of tremendous heifers come before us. We've seen a lot of good heifers head back to the barn. I guess I'd like to think that we see a lot of similarities in this front 2 rows that we have in here before us. I mean, we've got cattle that are feminine, cattle that have some extension, some length, cattle that are very sound in their structure, and they still show me some Charolais character in the strength in their skulls and their rib cage, the body that they have, and we're going to show you our 2 favorites and move along in this show. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
Gonna make it alright.
Our senior for charity heifer calf of this year's show, 2422 W2 Miss New Germain 5003. And a reserve senior for charity champion, entry number 2438, KR Miss Excel 536, and exhibited by KR Land and Cattle Company of Wasatna, Alberta. Let's have a nice round of applause to our senior for charity champions.
We talk about what's tough, not afraid to bring it up. We laugh when times are rough. All of is enough to carry us through. You bring me roses on a Tuesday, kiss me at the red light. We both like to walk down in Shelby Park. You hold my head at bedtime, you know my favorite wine. This is why we work, why it's you and I.
might as well just pull up here.
Hear the band and accuse the crowd, and the crowd loud, get out of here.
In the Charolais ring, class complete. Once again, our judge with remarks.
We got a real powerful heifer that comes into the top of this class. I mean, this is one stout, big-legged, really good jointed, really good bodied kind of a heifer, one that's got that true rib shape up high. She's still good jointed, good in terms of her angles. That's a really good heifer to go ahead and win. We've got a beautiful heifer to stand in second here. She's a mile long. She's really big bodied. I love the angles of her skeleton. She reads so correct on the standstill. She's awesome about her shoulder. Just when she gets going, she gets a little up in her spine. Need to relax her a bit for her to climb any higher today. Our third place heifer is one that gives you a great look off the side. She's awesome about her shoulders, super feminine and high tying about that head and her neck. You get in behind her, she's stout enough. Would just like to expand her a little bit in terms of her rib cage for her to go any higher. We've got a really practical heifer rounding off our class. She's good in terms of her joints. I love her on the move. She's just a little bit plainer about her head and her neck. We'd like to make her a little bit stronger in her spine for her to go any higher today.
Thanks very much, Garrett. Let's have a nice round of applause for that class just leaving the ring. They can hear you. That class was led off by 2445, TR Miss Madeline 4755M, ET, exhibited by Westdale Cattle Company, Tisdale, Saskatchewan, and Kay's Cattle Company. Second place, 2452, KR Annabelle 483M, exhibited by KFC Farms Limited, Abbotsford, BC. Third place to 2454. Miss Key Maybelline 156M, exhibited by Efforts Key Ranch, Granville, North Dakota. And fourth place to 2447, Rosso Miss Thumbs Up PL 38M, exhibited by Rosso Charolais, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Couple more of our long-term sponsors here at Agribition. I'd like to make sure we announce MNP. NMP Accounting Agricultural Specialists have deep roots in the industry. They're proud to partner and meet with you at the MNP Breed Champion Bars following the show. John Deere is proud of its heritage of making outstanding farm equipment. John Deere dealers continue to live up to the same values the company was founded on: quality, innovation, integrity, commitment, and humanity. On behalf of Agribition and all the exhibitors, we'd like to thank John Deere for their involvement in the Agribition. Be sure to stop by the John Deere booth to speak with the John Deere and dealer representatives. As well, I'll include in that long-term sponsors here at Agribition, Master Feeds. They've been supplying the nutrition that produces showstoppers at beef shows across Canada for the past 96 years. Master Feeds is a proud sponsor of Agribition and would like to congratulate all competitors for their dedication and commitment to show excellence.
Over on the Hereford side of our ring, looks like we're going to come in with our Breeders' Herd class. We'll see who all lines up and competing in our Breeders' Herd division, class number 27. We'll turn it back to our Charolais ring as we get things lined up on the Hereford side.
We're good to go on the Charolais side. Our judge with some remarks.
We have an exceptionally well-balanced, attractive heifer to start this class. Here's one with all the pieces in the right places, one that gets out and travels. She gives you a beautiful profile off the side. She's adequate in terms of the Springer rib and barrel she brings to you. A really nice teat set under this heifer. Here's one that's really fancy, attractive, and complete. When we follow her with a more traditional Charolais kind of heifer, and I'll tell you what, we sure appreciate this heifer for the power she brings to town. She's maybe not quite as attractive in her head, but you have to love the volume this heifer has, the amount of capacity she has. She's big boned. I mean, this is one that looks like a herd bull maker, and I really appreciate her for that kind. When we move into our third place heifer, we've got a heifer that, again, is maybe closer to our first place heifer in type, but just not quite as tidy underneath in her teat set. One that you really appreciate the length and volume in, the freedom of movement, the softness, but one that, again, just maybe gives up a little advantage to the two heifers above her in that regard. And that's where our fourth place heifer comes in as well. A heifer you really appreciate the rib and the volume, the capacity of the heifer. I just like to tidy her up in the middle underneath and, again, behind underneath a little bit, but you love the bone and the freedom of movement and the soundness in that heifer. Round the class out with a heifer that's maybe not moving as well as she needs to today, one that's just a little tighter in her middle, but one that also gets out and moves just fine. Thanks.
Thanks, Trent. Let's have a nice round of applause in the Charolais ring for that group of heifers just exiting. That class was led off by 2446, Birch MCC Rupple Mints 4501, exhibited by Southland Cattle Company of Shaunavon, Saskatchewan, and Claire Cadieux. Second place, 2449 221M, exhibited by Justamere Farms Limited of Lloydminster, Saskatchewan. Third place to 2451. SOS Prada 126M, exhibited by Springside Cattle Company, Airdrie, Alberta. 2453 was fourth. McTavish Jewel 43M, exhibited by McTavish Farms, Moosomin, Saskatchewan, and fifth place to 2444. BDT Magic 13M, exhibited by Temple Farms of Carrot River, Saskatchewan.
Well, we've got some results here in our Breeders' Herd class. Congratulations to our champion Breeders' Herd, entry number 2798, the entry from Glenlee's Farms. Second place in our Breeders' Herd class, entry number 2801, the entry from Haraldson's Polled Herefords. Third place, entry number 2796, the entry from Remitol West. And fourth place, entry number 2804, the entry from Blair Athol Farms. Congratulations to all of our winners in this class. We'll move some cattle around and get ready for our Get-of-sire class.
Let me know, do you feel me too? Let it show, babe, I'm into you. We've been on and off, in and out, up and down, too many times. Now it's time, show me what you got. Some say that it's the little things, I say that it's a big old ring. Anything to hear you say I do. It ain't the way that you see me. It ain't the way that you kiss. It ain't the way that you please me. It's just
So in our class number 28, our Get-of-sire, congratulations to our champion Get-of-sire. He's entry number 2808, the entry from Herdsman Pulled Herefords. We'll change things around and do our junior Get-of-sire on the Hereford ring. We'll turn it over to the Charolais ring.
Thanks, Mark. Garrett, over to you in the Charolais ring.
There's a really nice pair of heifers that start off this class. The one we choose to side with just is really good in terms of her heart and her forerib. Really like the length and body this heifer has. She's correct in her angle. She gets out and travels really true within her skeleton. Really like this heifer to win. We've got an awfully good looking heifer when she's parked coming in second. One that's just super good looking up front. You love that shoulder. You love her head and her neck. You love the extra body she's got when you get in behind her. This is one I've got to change in terms of her heart and her forerib. Just expand her there for her to climb the ladder any higher today. We have a really well-balanced tan heifer coming in next. One with a tremendous amount of length. You really got to appreciate that. This is just a heifer that needs to be tidied up in terms of her teats for her to go any higher. We've got a shorter statured heifer that comes in next, one with a tremendous amount of power and body. You got to love the hip in this heifer. Where she needs to be modified is you've got to make that one bigger. I got to frame her up just a shot for her to go any higher. Our heifer round enough for her class here is one that's got a tremendous amount of volume and power, but for me, when she travels, she gets outside of her skeleton and is too straight in her shoulder to go any higher. But what a nice set of bred heifers in the Charolais ring.
Thanks, Garrett. Back to the Charolais ring. Let's have a nice round of applause for that class just leaving the ring. Another great set of heifers. That class started off at 2456 KR Laney 446M, exhibited by KR Land and Cattle Company of West Sutton, Alberta. Second place to 2448. Longview Royal 59M, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell, Saskatchewan, and Surrey & Co. Cattle Company. Third place, 2457, JWX Glitter 9971M, exhibited by Wilkenbush Charolais, Holbright, Saskatchewan. And fourth place, 2455, SVYTR Miss LC 431M, exhibited by Blanchette Ranch Limited of Edam, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2458, JWX Winnemaker 3983M, exhibited by Wilkenbush Charolais, Holbright, Saskatchewan. Next in the ring will be our Junior Division Champion Yearling Heifer class. This class sponsored by the folks at Creek's Edge Land and Cattle and Brimner Cattle Company.
Well, to wrap up our Hereford ring, class number 29 again was awarded entry number 2814 to Heraldson's Pulled Herefords. Our last award of the afternoon is our Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor. We'd like to thank FCC for being our banner sponsor for Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor. Tanisha Fraser is our representative that presented our champion Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor to Heraldson's Pulled Herefords, Wawota, Saskatchewan. Congratulations to Chad and the family at Heraldson Pulled Herefords, our Premier Breeder and Premier Exhibitor. Well, on behalf of everyone with the Canadian National Hereford Show here at Canadian Western Agribition, we want to thank everyone for joining us today. We want to give some special thanks to our barn boss, Bonnie Thompson, our marshals, Garth Newell and Bonnie Thompson, our ring people, Shannon Best, Carrie Ree Henderson and Jamie O'Shea, and then to Albert Rimke for doing all of our parts, and as well to Jade Charlton and the SHHA for being our members here. Thank you very much for joining us for the Canadian National Hereford Show here for Canadian Western Agribition 2025. We look forward to seeing everyone next year.
Before he slaps our senior junior champion, once again our judge with his remarks.
Show your appreciation to these breeders for a tremendous yearling heifer show we've had. We've got some really nice heifers out here and some really nice heifers that have gone back to the barn. We're going to show you our two favorites, two heifers that we feel exemplify what we're looking for in brood cows, and then specifically within the Charolais breed, enough power, enough capacity, yet still attractive and correct. Garrett's going to show you the two we like the best.
Our junior champion will be 2446, Birch MCC Ruppel Mints 4501, exhibited by Southland Cattle, Shaunavon, Saskatchewan, and Claire Cadieux. Our reserve junior champion 2456, KR Laney 446M, exhibited by KR Land and Cattle Company, Waskatana of Alberta. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause for our juniors division champions here today. Once again, class sponsored by Creek's Edge Land and Cattle and Brimner Cattle Company. Well, we get a couple pictures of our junior champions. I'd like to welcome international guests with us here watching the Charolais show. Very pleased to have folks from Hungary, Mexico, Estonia, and the United States. Anyone with us, stand up and give a wave. We really appreciate you joining us here today for our National Charolais show. Always good to have those folks with us. Hungary, Mexico, Estonia, and the States. Very pleased to have you join us here today. Once again, we want to have none of our sponsors go home without at least being acknowledged in our show at some time. Great to have the folks from Bud Light, the Bud Light Loading Chute. Budweiser is proud to support the Canadian agricultural industry and remains committed to working with farmers across the country for years to come. Agribition has partnered with the SCMA to bring live entertainment to both the Bud Light loading stage and various locations across the grounds. Part of Agribition is our trade show, and be sure to check out the many exhibitors located throughout the grounds. From great food to Christmas shopping and family fun, Agribition has it all. Of course, one of the larger programs here at Agribition is their education program, and Agribition is ready to welcome over 10,000 rural and urban students, offering hands-on learning experiences that deepen their understanding of agricultural, animal care, and farm life. Be sure to visit the Education Pavilion located in Arena 1.
Walk with me. Let's leave the past behind. Walk with me. There's something else we need to find. Say you'll
Our judge with some remarks in the Charolais ring.
don't make me wait.
An awfully good one to go ahead and win this class. She's exceptionally well balanced from the side. You get in behind her, she's super powerful. Where this heifer comes to the up quite easily for us is where she handles all that power and travels exceptionally sound on all four corners. That's a very good one to go ahead and win. We got an incredibly long-sided heifer that's coming in next, one that's really good in terms of her hooks to pin angles. You love the way her skeleton's designed from the side. She's comfortable when she goes. This is one that's just carrying a little too much condition for me today. Gets a little bit flatter and narrower, just like you have a shot more bone underneath her for her to go any higher. Her heifer coming in third here is one with a tremendous amount of length. She's got some hip. She gets out and travels well enough, but for us, she just got to be a little bit bolder in terms of her rib cage and tidy her up a little bit in terms of her neck. Our heifer rounding us off is one that's a little bit further along, one that's in terms of calf, one that just gets a little bit coarser about her skull and a little bit flatter in terms of her shape. Well, that's a nice set of heifers. Let's give them a round of applause.
Say you'll stay till the morning light. I'll help you through the fight.
Placings in this class then, entry number 2461 was first, Miss Starstruck 402M, exhibited by W2 Farms, Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Second place, 2463. C2 Mackenzie 4134M, exhibited by C2 Charolais, La Riviere, Manitoba. Third place to 2460. HKS Miss Glory 29M, brought to us today by How Cooley Charolais of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan, and fourth place to 24.59 Near Miss Molly 2M, exhibited by Near Charolais, Crossfield, Alberta.
Walk with me. Let's leave the past behind. Walk with me. Down the road, there's sunshine and light. Say you'll go, don't make me wait. There's no need to hesitate. Let's make footprints in the sand. Let's make miracles come hold my hand. Let's find something new. Let's make footprints in the sand. Let's make miracles come hold my hand. Let's find something new. Me and you.
Class complete. Once again, our judge with his remarks.
We have a really well-balanced, attractive female to start this class. Here's one that's just so smooth and so correct in her overall angles and the way she gets out and moves. You love that shoulder, the way it blends into that forerib, the amount of rib shape she has. You like the head of this heifer. Here's a heifer that's exceptional to stand at the front of this class. The heifer that follows is a really easy moving kind of heifer, one that's really attractive when she's going. She gets a little softer in her spine when she stands, but you appreciate that overall flexibility, the soundness that she brings to the table. Just not quite as much rib shape as the heifer above her, but she does have a little more depth, and that's where the trade comes in. Then we have a heifer in third that's really big body, one that's probably a little over-conditioned for us today, but you really appreciate the overall mass she brings to the table. There's one with a lot of middle, really flexible kind of heifer. Then we round the class out with a heifer that's just not quite as attractive in the way her neck is designed and in that hip structure and tail head, but one that you appreciate the length and the volume and the capacity, one that gets out and travels just fine.
Let's have a nice round of applause for our exhibitors leaving the ring. Another great class. That class was led off by 2462 SVY Darlin 410M, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan, and Jackson Corner. Second place, 2464 Harvey Miss Molson 19M, exhibited by Harvey Ranching, Olds, Alberta, Rideau Angus Farm, and Elder Charolais Farm. Third place, 2467 Westdale Berkeley's Drew, exhibited by Dogpatch Acres, Leroy, Saskatchewan. And fourth place to 2465 SVY Covergirl 405M, exhibited by Blanchette Ranch Limited of Edam, Saskatchewan. Next class in the ring will be our Senior Division Yearling Heifer. This class is sponsored by W2 Farms of Leroy and Beck Farms. Thank you very much to those establishments. Appreciate the sponsorship.
I was sitting telling stories about the night I nearly filled my pockets up with gold. And I wish the same for you. I wish the same for you. And I had you there to hold me. It was good enough for them, 'cause I
For his comments on the class, Garrett Liebrich with us.
Well, let's put our hands together and appreciate these exhibitors for bringing us some awesome yearling heifers. There's an exceptional pair of females out here that we like them a whole bunch. There's been an awfully lot of good heifers that went back to the barn too, but with that being said, trying to go find you a champion, reserve champion in this division.
And our Senior Division Champion, 2462 SVY Darlin 410M, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company, Jackson Corner, and please add in your catalog, Nostad Farm. And our Reserve Senior Champion, 2464 Harvey Miss Molson 19M, exhibited by Harvey Ranching Company, Olds, Alberta, and Rideau Angus Farm and Elders Charolais Farms. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in a nice round of applause for our Senior Division Yearling Heifer. Congratulations to our winners. Once again, class sponsored by W2 Farms of Leroy and the folks at Beck Farms. Class is complete. Once again, Judge Trent Liebrick with his comments.
We've seen a lot of good cattle today, but we haven't seen a class quite like this. When we start sorting through these pairs and you've got two pieces to look at in each entry, and that makes it extremely difficult because we've got to make some sort of a balance between the strength of the cow and the strength of the calf. We're starting this class with the cow that we appreciate the most. Here's one that is so attractive, so correct, so right in her movement, in her lines, her angles. Everything about this female is accurate. Would I like to power her up? Absolutely. Her udder's appropriate, but you know, she's got enough power in the bull calf in front of her. Is he my favorite calf in this class? No. My favorite calf in this class actually stands in the third spot. But here's a calf that's adequate for what that cow, to prove that cow's worth and what she can produce, and I think her best days are ahead of her. Now our second place pair, you've got to appreciate the power in this bull calf in front of this cow. This cow's got a really nice profile to her. When you get behind her, there's maybe just not as soft cow in that body shape, in that rib shape. There's just not quite as much mellowness there. But a female that's very attractive in her kind with a big, powerful bull calf. I'd like to clean this calf up underneath for my world, but I'll tell you what, you got to appreciate that power and performance. Now we get to the third place cow, and from the shoulder back, that might be our first place cow. I love the angles in this cow from there back. I mean, she gets out and she travels. Her udder is ideal. She's got a good hip. She's big enough ribbed, and you love that bull calf beside her. I mean, he's a big powerhouse. He's smooth, he's correct, he's accurate in his design and the way he travels. And I'd love to use that pair a little higher. That female just gets a little straight in that shoulder for me, a little plain in that front third. But, I mean, you sure have to appreciate what she's done. Then we go to a pair again that, again, is very attractive. Big body, big volume, big March heifer calf in front of her, but she just hit some heat today. And there's a female that could have won a lot of shows through the course of the year. She hit some tough competition. And we round the class out with another cow with a January-born calf beside her that's doing a whale of a job. Very appropriate in her structure, one that's sound in her rudder, sound in her feet, sound in her movement. Tremendous class of 2-year-old females. Give these people a round of applause.
Yes, when you see the judges deliberate as long as we did in that class, it's a tough sled, and it's a tremendous class. Leading off that class, 2469. 6 Mile Empress, 813L, exhibited by 6 Mile Red Angus, Fir Mountain, Saskatchewan. Second place, 2470. EVF Lily, 338L, exhibited by Harvey Ranching Company of Olds, Alberta. Third place goes to 2468. Elders Design 3157L, exhibited by Elder Charolais, Coronach, Saskatchewan, and KFC Farms Limited. Fourth place, 2472. SVY Starstruck 338L, exhibited by Blanchette Ranch, Edam, Saskatchewan. And fifth place to 2471. HKS Miss Lois 43L, brought to us today by How Cooley Charolais, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. That class sponsored by the good folks at Sunderland Charolais, St. Francis, Saskatchewan, and V-Bar Charolais. Thank you very much to those two sponsors. Class complete, and our judge with his remarks.
A little bit easier class than the last one, but I tell you what, this mature cow is no slouch. She's got a beautiful heifer calf in front of her, one that's balanced exceptionally well. Really like the way she gets out and travels. Good bodied, good hip, really good heifer standing in front. We'll have one power cow. I mean, this is a big bodied, stout individual that gets out and travels well enough. That cow's going to go ahead and make some herd bulls and make some beautiful heifers like this. Congratulations to you guys.
One entry in this class, but let's give them a nice round of applause for bringing out an outstanding example of a Charolais female. Congratulations. If Blair Temple is within the sound of my voice, Blair Temple, would you please come up to the announcers area? Blair Temple. Our next class to come into the ring will be our championship division of the 2025 Agribition National Charolais Show. Very pleased to have the following sponsors participating here. Our grand champion female will competing for the John Deere Award. The award sponsored by the Howe Family Farm. Reserve Grand Champion Award sponsored by Pine Bluff Charolais of Love, Saskatchewan. The Grand Champion female will also be receiving a $500 credit from Bovagen Genetics for flushing and such services that they provide. There'll be an award here from the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association. John Deere, I believe, I'm not sure, Tara Lee LaRose or Jaden Nail will be with us to present that award. Chubb Lenago, longtime participant here at Agribition, representing Myers Norris Penny. Farm Credit Corporation, Denise Fraser will most likely be here. And our good friend Lee Norheim, representing Norheim Equipment. If members from those establishments can work their way up to the announcers area, and we will be promptly beginning our Grand Champion division of this year's show. Outstanding group of Charolais females will be parading before us here today. Grace Medved. Grace, please come forward. The 2025 Canadian Charolais Association National Show Award for Herdsman. Brian Temple. Brian, your daughter's name? Brian and Mackenzie Temple. Congratulations to our Herdsman Award for 2025. Nice round of applause. This award was actually presented to Mackenzie, and I'm very happy to have her dad, Brian, join her in the ring for photos. Congratulations to the Temples. Grace Medved, representing Federated Co-op Limited. She's the feed coordinator. Thank you very much to the folks at Federated Co-op for their sponsorship of this class. Congrats again, Brian and Mackenzie. Job well done. In the Charolais ring, our championship class, Judge Trent Liebrick with his comments.
We've got a tremendous lineup of females in front of us. I'd like you all to show your appreciation to these exhibitors and the ones that have gone back to the barn with a great set of Charolais females today. We've got so many good cattle out in front of us. It's a joy to be able to stand here and have a decision to make on what the champion needs to be. And with that, we see cattle that have that capacity, that rib, but yet that style and eye appeal, the structural soundness we're looking for. We appreciate the production cows. We appreciate the style, the femininity, the attractiveness, the freedom of movement in these calves through the breds, the volume, the capacity, and the Charolais type they bring to the table. With that, I'm really excited about this set of cattle. Garrett's going to show you our two favorites.
Our grand champion female of the 2025 Canadian National Charolais Show, 2469 6 Mile Empress 813L, exhibited by 6 Mile Red Angus of Fir Mountain, Saskatchewan. And from Class 7, our reserve grand champion female, 2446, Birch MCC Ruppelmintz 4501, exhibited by Southland Cattle Company, Claire Cadieux, Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Congratulations to our reserve and grand and reserve grand champion females of this year's show. The awards. Thank you very much once again. The Grand Champion Award sponsored John Deere, presenting the jacket, Paige Miller and Tyson Miazga doing the honors, Chad Ross with us from the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, Chubb Ladago, MNT, Myers Norris Penny presenting the banners, and very, very pleased to have the folks at Bovagen presenting the $500 Bovagen services contract. Very pleased to have us making that presentation. Mr. Garner Dealbold representing Bovagen. Congratulations to our winners once again. Our reserve and grand champions also receiving the award from the Howe Family Farm, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. And the Reserve Grand Champion Female Award sponsored by Pine Bluff Charolais. Once again, the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, Norheim Equipment, very, very pleased to have Chelsea Norheim with us here today presenting that award. Paige Miller, Tyson Miazga from John Deere. And of course, longtime participant at Agribition, Chubb Ladango, representing Myers Norris Penny. Congratulations once again to our grand and reserve grand champion females of the 2025 year show.
Hi, everybody. While they're doing some backdrop pictures, we're going to do a few quick presentations, and then we're going to do the rest of the presentations after the bulls are slapped. Just running a little bit tight on time. So with that, my name is Dale Wymender. I'm the Saskatchewan Charolais president. Just like to welcome everyone for coming out to the 2025 National Show here at Agribition. We're going to do our presentation for Breeder of the Year, and then Commercial Breeder of the Year, and then the CCA is going to do their scholarship presentation. So to start, our Breeder of the Year, I'm pretty happy to give our 2025 Breeder of the Year to CK Sparrow Farms at Vanscoy. They'd like to make their way up here. While they're on their way up, I have a short bio here I'll read. So it is an honor and pleasure to introduce the prolific the Charolais seed stock operation started by Alan G. Sparrow, one of the first importers of Charolais from France. In 2017, the Sparrow family operation split into their own farming units. Cam and Carey formed CK Sparrow's Farms, acquiring this purebred herd. Since that time, the success of their breeding operation and its effects on the breed have been overwhelming. The CK Sparrow Farm annual bull sale each March has set records and has sent sires throughout North America. The sale is extremely successful as their goals have been to produce and supply the livestock industry with profit-earning sires, namely for the commercial producer. Although it would be safe to say CK Sparrow Farm is one of the largest producers of breeder bulls in the nation, quite an accomplishment for a breeding establishment does not show cattle. Sparrow genetics can be found in pedigrees across North America and countries across the world. Today the farm incorporates 3,500 acres of cropland, irrigation, and pasture, along with a cow herd base of 200 breeding females. Cam and Carey are now empty nesters as the girls have successfully moved on. Emma has established Sparrow Studios, a full-service branding and web design agency in Australia. Jill is an agronomist and entrepreneur in Tisdale, and Josie is a performance equine trainer. I'd like everyone to put their hands together, congratulate the Sparrow family on their 2025 Breeder of the Year.
Our next award is the 2025 Commercial Breeder of the Year. Proud to announce the Patzer Ranch. Short biography here. The Patzer Ranch was homesteaded in 1910. They're fourth and fifth generation family farm in the Prairie View area near Waldeck. Darcy and Rochelle Patzer have grown the cattle herd to just under 450 head of Red Angus-based Simmental influenced beef cows. In the late 1990s, as young producers, the Patzers noticed the advantage of Charolais influenced beef cows. In the late 1990s, They noticed the advantage of Charolais Terminal Cross, and they changed their program. They continue to breed 2/3 of their herd to the Charolais bulls, purchased from reputable Saskatchewan producers. The hybrid vigor achieved from the cross produces superior buckskin calves that are heavily sought after by repeat buyers. Jesse and his wife Jamie are the next generation of Patzers excited to work the land of the Patzer Ranch. They've seen the Charolais breed make a substantial impact in the operation and know that the growth differential in the calves is what's pulled the ranch through decades of tough times. The Patzer Ranch is proud of their history and heritage and look forward to many years of strong Charolais genetics in their herd.
A little late on the mic there, but ladies and gentlemen, our Charolais commercial producer of the year, Patzer Ranch. Let's have a nice round of applause. Congratulations.
Good afternoon, everyone. What an exceptional female show we've been featuring so far today, and very much looking forward to the bulls. Every year, the CCA, we hand out 3 scholarships. This year, we only have 1 recipient that is here this year. So we were very proud to present the Dale Norheim Memorial Scholarship to Peyton Caldwell.
Congratulations, Peyton. Congratulations to the Norheim family, longtime supporters of the Charolais breed, for sure.
All right, they're still busy at the backdrop, so we'll have time for one more presentation here before we get back into the show. So we're going to do our SCA Honor Scroll. So this year, our Honor Scroll recipient is Wood River Charolais, Murray and Nicole Blake. If you guys want to make your way up here. While he's on his way up, I have a short bio to read. So Wood River Charolais, it all started when Murray was in grade 9 or 10, and we should have been studying his textbooks. He was studying the Charolais banner instead. It was in 1975, when Murray was 16 years old, that Wood River Charolais became a member of the Canadian Charolais Association. This past June, Murray and Nicole attended the annual general meeting in Quebec, where Wood River Charolais received their 50-year member award. Over the year, the Blake kids, Crystal Raymond, Suzanne Smythe, Shane Blake, and Josie, were all avid 4-H and CWA members. Now Murray and Nicole are proud to watch their grandchildren participate in these rewarding programs. Today, Murray and Nicole operate Wood River Charolais along with their son Shane and his wife Anne and their 3 girls, Finley, Delilah, and Harper. They host their annual Top Cut Bull Sale in Mancota. The next one will be March 31st, 2026. If everyone wants to put their hands together and help me congratulate our 2025 Honor Scroll recipient, Wood River Charolais.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to resume the Charolais show. If the cattle are marshaled in the back, if they'd proceed out into the ring, we'll get the bull side of our show going for today. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to draw your attention to the screen at the far end of the arena here, and we'd like to acknowledge our good friends at GM for their sponsorship here. Always great working with the folks at GMC. In the Charolais ring, I'd like to, once again, the second half of our show, I'd like to introduce you to our judges, if you've joined the slate. Trent and Garrett Liebrick of Radville, Saskatchewan. Trent and his wife, Janelle, and their family operate Merritt Cattle Company near Radville, Saskatchewan. Merritt is an Angus seed stock operation that breeds 200 females and holds 2 sales annually. A bull sale in March with sale partners Coburn Red Angus and a female sale in December. 2025 marked their 31st bull sale. Merritt is focused in propagating premium cow families and implements an extensive AI and ET program and striving to create an elite cow herd while producing commercially relevant and appealing herd bulls for the beef industry. Trent and Janelle's children, Macy, Garrett, and Carson, participated in many junior shows and organizations throughout their junior careers. Trent has been raising Angus for 40 years. The herd consistently exhibits seed stock at major events and has had much success with champions at Olds, AgX, Stockade, Roundup, and Agribition, as well as numerous Agribition Supreme Top 10. Trent has judged at all levels across Canada. Recent highlights include the National Hereford Show at Canadian Western Agribition, the All Breeds Junior Heifer Show in Melbourne, Australia, and the All Breeds Supreme at the Melbourne Royal. Garrett grew up in a purebred cattle operation outside of Radville. He works with his family to run Merritt Cattle Company. Garrett attended Hutchison Community College on a livestock judging scholarship. Garrett has also had the privilege to travel the world, fitting for some of the premier breeders in Australia, Mexico, the United States, and Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, join me in welcome to our super qualified local judges here, the Liebricks from Radville, Saskatchewan. As I said before, Trent presents quite quite an accomplishment for myself personally. I remember Trent's one of those guys that got his start around agribition, kind of the entry-level position, certainly preparing all breeds, focusing much more later with the Angus breed, and certainly his wife, Janelle, grew up amongst the Charolais, well known in the Charolais circles, and they've done very, very well. Certainly major force in the Angus industry. So rewarding to see someone rise up through the ranks and achieve such stature. So very, very personally, and I think we should all appreciate having someone that has grassroots origins in Saskatchewan here and doing very well. Very pleased to have the Liebricks with us here today. Class complete. Our judge's remarks.
Well, a great way to start off the bull show. We got a big, stretchy kind of calf to go ahead and win this class. There's a ton of length, a ton of muscle, a ton of power in this bull. He's comfortable in the way he moves. He's big-ribbed. He's good enough in his sheath. He's got a nice presence. That's a good bull to go ahead and win. We got a really neat bull coming in second, one that's got a wicked look up front. He's high tying, really good about his shoulder. He's bold in the center rib. You like the hip in this calf. He gets out and travels well enough. He's just not near as much as that class winner is in terms of frame and power, and at bull sale time that calf was sure going to come a long way. Our third place calf is one that's really impressive at a distance. You got to love the hip, the size, the boldness of that one's rib cage, the scale. I like the skull on this calf. This is just one that gets a little bit short in terms of his hip, a little bit quicker in terms of his maturity. I'd like to stretch him out in his cannon bone, but a nice calf. We ran out our class with a few bulls that have got a tremendous amount of length, that have some good in terms of flexibility in their range of motion. Ones we just need to power up or to climb the ladder any higher today.
Thanks, Garrett. Ladies and gentlemen, let's have a nice round of applause for our exhibitors just leaving the ring. Great class to start the bull division off. First place to 2480, Rosso National 8N, exhibited by Rosso Charolais, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Second place to 2479. Danes Gilmore 537N, exhibited by Danes Cattle and O'Neill Livestock, Red Deer County. Third place to 2481, W2 Mr. Nexera 83N, exhibited by W2 Farms, Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2478, BDT Never Don't Give Up 49N, exhibited by Temple Farms, Carrot River, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2477. BDT Dr. Strange 32N, exhibited by Temple Farms, Carrot River. Sixth place to 2475. Near Newton 5N, brought to us today by Near Charolais of Crossfield, Alberta. Our first and second place in that division award become our junior division champions of this year's show.
Well, good afternoon, folks. We're going to welcome you to the other side of the ring here for the Junior Steer Jackpot show here that's just getting started. We got 4 of these Junior Steer classes here to happen this afternoon. I'm going to take a moment to introduce you our judge for the day here. Our judge is Riley LaFrenz from Beanfay, Saskatchewan. Riley and his wife Madison work alongside Riley's parents at Wheatland Cattle Company near Beanfay. The operation consists of 350 Simmental and Angus cows. They also hold an annual bull sale every March, selling bulls to seed stock and commercial producers. They have shown cattle across North America and have exhibited numerous national champions at Brandon Ag X, Farm Fair International, Canadian Western Agribition, and the Toronto Royal. Riley graduated from Kansas State University and was a member of the Reserve National Champion Livestock Judging Team. He was also awarded an All-American Livestock Judging Award, which combines academics and judging performance. Since graduation, Riley's returned back home to the family's operation and has judged at every major show in Canada and throughout the U.S. His wife Maddie grew up as the 6th generation on her family's purebred and commercial cattle operation, Compass Ranch, and she now operates her own graphic design business, Compass Creative. Of course, Riley is extremely qualified to judge this, and we look forward to having him here today in the Junior Steer Jackpot Show. We're going to show these steers by weight here this afternoon, and here's our lightweight class of steers ranging from 616 pounds up to 798.
In the Charolais ring, I just wanted to go back and make sure that I mentioned our sponsors of our junior division bull calf class, Sliding Hills Charolais and Elders Charolais. Certainly appreciate both those operations sponsorships of our junior division bull calf class. Our intermediate division champions, in the bull division are in the ring right now. They will be the first and second place in this class. And this intermediate class is sponsored by How Cooley Charolais and the good folks at Pinot Valley Charolais, Waldeck, Saskatchewan.
In the Junior Steer Jackpot Show here, we do want to take a minute to announce our major sponsor here for the Junior Steer Jackpot today, and that's Mazer Group. Mazer Group, of course, is your local New Holland dealer in Regina and surrounding area, specializing in agriculture, construction, and turf equipment. Mazer Group is proud to give back to local events that help communities build and are excited to support the Junior Steer Jackpot. You can visit them in their store or online at Mazergroup.ca. And we're excited to have Candice Bowles here from Mazer Group. She's the marketing manager, and she's going to do all our presentations for us here today. Thank you to Candice, and thank you to Mazer Group. Over here in the Junior Steer Jackpot Show, we'll have comments on our first class from Judge Riley LaFrance.
Well, good afternoon. Certainly a privilege and an honor here to work with these young kids here this afternoon on their new projects. I'm sure a lot of them have either raised them or just purchased them here this fall, but they got a long time to go with them and make a bond and see where it all ends up in the end. But get started on a really good class here of these lighter steers. I think two on top that sort up for me. Our class winner, there's just more of them in terms of size, in terms of length. I think he's bigger out through his hip and down in through his stifle. Young man does a really nice job with that calf. I think a pretty handily class winner. Our steer in second, I think, most closely resembles him just in terms of body and type. He's a calf, again, that's definitely got some balance and quality here as you study him from the side. He doesn't come right down down into his quarter and stifle. Quite as expressive and robust there as our calf that wins, but a very, very good steer there that's highly presented as well. Then we get into our third place steer. I think just a very good, honest type of calf. You like the rib and the body that he has. He's muscular. I think going to be a great feeding calf. Compared to those top two calves, he just becomes a little bit plainer through his throat and down into his chest. But young man's going to have one that's definitely built for the long haul and be a fun calf to feed. Red baldy calf here that comes next really closely resembles him. Really good bodied. I like his rib shape. He's big out of his hip and down into his top. He's a calf that gets a little off right behind his shoulder and his forerib. We could hook him up just a little bit stronger there, but a lot of future and promise in that calf as well. Kind of the out one, you know, here that rounds off the class. He's probably honestly the most striking through his front end. His length of neck, the way he sits out, he's tremendous in terms of his bone. He's big square hip. That calf just needs to go better out of his ankle and out of his front end as we watch him go. I just question how big he's going to get long term, but really good class to start. Congratulations.
Thank you, Riley. Placings in our first class in the Junior Steer Jackpot Show. First place is entry number 504, exhibited by Brady Hansen. Second place is entry number 502, exhibited by Edie Toner. Third place is entry 503 from Harrison Peterson. Fourth place is 501 from Olivia Peterson. And fifth place is entry number 500 from Austin Krieger. Coming in next is our class, our second class here, a second split. There's a group of steers here weighing from 824 pounds up to 838.
In the Charolais ring, Trent Liebrick, our judge, with some comments.
We have a big, powerful calf that starts this class. He comes to the top of this class quite handily. Here's one with some masculinity and some character in him. He's got a lot of power and performance. You really appreciate the overall soundness of the bull with this much power. Really good calf to start the class. The red bull that we have in second, or tan bull that we have in second here, really appealing off the side. Shows you a lot of muscle and character. He's appropriate in that regard. I like him on the move. I like the thickness, and I think he's absolutely relevant industry-wide. Now, our third place calf is a calf that would sure stand higher today if it wasn't for a little bit extra sheath underneath him. But boy, you appreciate the overall soundness, the muscle, the mass, the character. Love the bull from there up. Then we have a bull that's just maybe not quite as powerful, but you love the hair coat. And when I look at these Charolais bulls, I think about commercial relevance, whether these bulls themselves are siring commercial steers or whether these bulls are siring the bulls that are going to make your next set of steers. It's important that these bulls fit the industry, have the length, have the power, have the muscle, and have the character. Bull that follows him is one that we just like to tidy up underneath a little bit, maybe tie him together a little bit in his shoulder, square up his hip a little bit to stand any higher, but a good power bull that's definitely going to be appreciated. The bull that follows him is a little compact. He's very nicely constructed. You like him on the move. He gives you a great profile, and he'll take a picture, but he's one that I just need to put more power in. And we rounded out the class with a bull that just doesn't show me quite as much muscle, just a little flatter made, but a bull that's very sound and functional as well.
Thanks, Trent. Let's have a nice round of applause for those bulls that just left the Charolais ring, please. That class was led off by 2488, SVY Kingdom 538N, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan. Second place to 2489. Pinnacles Narcotic 515N, exhibited by Pinnacle View Livestock, Quesnel, BC. In third place, we have 2486. JMB Norm 509N, exhibited by JMB Charolais, Brookdale, Manitoba. Fourth place to 2485. HKS Nighthawk 47N, exhibited by Howe Cooley Charolais, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 2490. McTavish Sodal 64N, exhibited by McTavish Farms, Moosomin, Saskatchewan. Sixth place W2 Mr. Napoleon 18N, exhibited by W2 Farms, Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Seventh place to 2484. Near Never Back Down 2N, exhibited by Near Charolais, Crossfield, Alberta, and Sarah Whiff. Once again, first and second place become our intermediate division champions, and that class sponsored by the folks at Howe Cooley Charolais and Pinot Valley Charolais in Waldeck, Saskatchewan.
If we have a moment while they're placing these cattle, we do want to make sure we mention Chevy GMC as major sponsors here at Agribition, and great to see their signage around the ring there for trucks that are all power and no bull. Look no further than GMC and Chevrolet, official partners of Canadian Western Agribition. Here's comments from your judge, Riley LaFrenz, on our second split.
Really good class here again. I think a class winner that I find pretty quick, very unique. I think a calf that incredibly striking and commanding, to look at, but you get in behind him. He's so big and square there out of his hip, his stifle and quarters, very expressive. And for a calf of, that has that kind of power and magnitude to him, you really like him in motion. He stands square and true on his front end. He's good at his hawk as he goes away from you. I think a calf that has a lot of future. Our calf here in second, I think he's the next most complete calf in class. He doesn't have near the substance and power there as our class winner, but I think from a body and structure standpoint, he's the next safe bet here in second. Really just a nice fault-free calf there that follows him. The big red one here in third, just a really good type of calf. I like him in terms of his length of body. He's muscular. I like the shape that he's got. Just becomes quite a bit plainer and coarser there than the two ahead of him, but a very good feeding type calf that's certainly going to be big and heavy at the end of the day there next spring into summer. More modern black calf that comes next, very muscular. He's big topped, expressive, just tends to want to run downhill a little bit and open up there at the point of his shoulder. Need to rearrange him there as he goes off of his front end, but a calf that you can definitely appreciate his muscle. A big frame, really long-sided calf here that concludes the class. Just becomes a little too coarse and raw up through his front end for me. I'd like to lay him down there in his tail head. As he goes away, you could just square him up at his hawk, but that's a big long-sided calf that's certainly going to feed well for that young man as well. Congratulations, very nice class.
Thank you, Riley. Placings in our split number 2. First in class goes to entry number 509 from Mason Zwicker. Second in class goes to entry number 508 from Everly Rasmussen. Third in class is entry number 506, McKenna Krieger. Fourth in class is entry number 507, Court Simpson. And fifth in class goes to entry number 510 from Zach Marcotte. We have our third split of steers coming in the ring here. We're going to have 6 steers in this class from 850 to 944 pounds.
In the Charolais ring, class complete. Once again, our judge with his remarks.
Well, we've got an awfully good bull to go ahead and start this class. What you first really appreciate about him is just how well he's built. He's awesome in his shoulder, into his knee, down to the ground. You love his spine, you love his hip, his hind leg. Then you get in behind him, and he's definitely stout enough. That's an awfully good calf to go ahead and win this class. We get into a little more rugged, stouter mated rascal coming in second. One that's exceptional in terms of his scrotal development at this stage. I love the way he patterns from the side. He gets a little bit shorter and more compact in terms of his growth pattern, but that's an awfully good calf to sand in second. We get into the third. This is a big scaled tan bull, one that's got a tremendous amount of length. He's big and burly when he goes. He's stout when you get in behind him, but he just opens up a little bit in terms of his shoulder. I'd like to change the way he moves off that front end for him to climb any higher today. We get into a pair of bulls with a tremendous amount of length and a tremendous amount of character. You got to love the shape they bring to the table. Bulls that are sound, that just don't have enough volume and look for us here today in the Charolais ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Charolais ring, let's have a nice round of applause for an outstanding group of bull calves leaving the ring again. That class was led off by 24.95 Elders Notorious 570N, exhibited by Elder Charolais, Coronach, Saskatchewan. Second place to 25.23 SOS Night Shift Polled 76N, exhibited by Springside Cattle Company, Airdrie, Alberta. Third place to 25.02 W2 Mr. Neon 12N, exhibited by W2 Farms, Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 25.18 JWX Night Rider 412N, exhibited by Wilgenbush Charolais, Hallbright, Saskatchewan. Fifth place to 25.17 JWX Nickel 5619N, exhibited by Wilgenbush Charolais, Hallbright, Saskatchewan.
Over here in the Junior Steer Jackpot Show, sponsored by Mazer Group, here's comments from our judge, Riley LaFrance.
This is a very, very good class. I think the top three steers, they're all a little bit different in terms of type and kind and where they're at from a maturity standpoint and weight. But boy, they're awfully fun to look at. They're very, very highly presented, and commend these young kids. Just done an excellent job here. There's some trade-offs. Our class winner is just massive. Out of his hip, his bone, his rib, his body. He just comes in and honestly, he's just a bit of a creature. He's just an outlier in terms of muscle and bone, and there's so much to that calf. I read his angles to be really good. He's just a little bit off in his one hip there as you watch him go, but I read his angles to be right. I get it. Cattle stand all week, and sometimes it can be tough, but you just look at him there. He's got the right bend and set to his hind leg, the set to his knee. So we'll give him the benefit of the doubt here today. You just stand back and look at the cattle. It's pretty hard to ignore the sheer power and just substance that calf brings to the class. This steer here in second, I really love the way he's made up through that front end and shoulder. His extension there is very good. A calf that's very fresh and striking. Doesn't have quite the flank there in lower third. There's our calf that wins the class, but really good on his feet and legs as well. I think a calf that'll be awfully fun to watch develop and progress for that young lady. Kind of the different calf here lies in three. He's very good looking. He's dead level out of his hip and out through his rump and tailhead. Very expressive in terms of his shape. You get back off the cattle, and of this trio of steers, he is the most shallow in terms of his flank and his forerib. As long as that calf continues to body down and feed properly, I think you'll have a steer there that's going to be a lot of fun. Today, he just looks a little bit shallow of that top trio. If that calf does the right things, he'll make the discussion a lot harder here in some time. A big black steer here that comes next. I like his frame and his length. Same thing, just gets a little awkward in the way he moves out of his front end there and hind leg. Gets a little bit tighter in his flank, but love the shape and the power of that calf as well. A big roan calf there that comes next. Love the body and the stature of that calf. Just gets a little bit flatter and plainer compared to a few of the other calves in class. A white calf that concludes our class. Really like him from a muscle standpoint and body. Just becomes a little too short and round there off either end, but a calf that's definitely going to have some body and some volume there for that young lady to continue feeding. Really good class. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge Riley. In our third split in the Junior Steer Jackpot Show, first in class, entry number 516 from London Matthews. Second in class, number 512 from Addison Barnett. Third in class, number 513 from Brylan Rasmussen. Fourth in class, number 515 from Brady Hansen. Fifth in class, number 514 from Mason Zwicker. And sixth in class, number 511 from Casey Toner. Coming in next is our fourth and final split in the Mazer Group Junior Steer Jackpot.
In the Charolais ring, class complete. Once again, our judge, Trent Liebrick, with his comments.
We have a really cool individual to start this class. Here's one that's really well balanced. He's muscular. He moves really well. He's got enough rib shape. He's got a big old hip. He's got some presence. We really like the character in this bull and the presence, the carriage of the bull, and it couples it together really in a really, really nice package. Bull that falls in second is a bull that's probably a little longer sided. He's definitely a little plainer through that front third of his body. He maybe doesn't show you as much masculinity and character at this age, but you appreciate the thickness, the soundness, the overall length and quality that he brings to the table. Now, our third place bull is a really, really long-sided bull. Have that masculinity and character about him. He's really proud in his presence, but he does get a little weaker in his top and his forerib and the way he carries that. But you sure appreciate the length that he brings to the table. And I think there's one, and the kind that he is, that can really move the needle on some good commercial cows to sire some calves with a ton of length of body and end product value. Fourth place bull is the most muscular calf in the class. You really appreciate that overall thickness he brings to the table. He's just so stout, front to back, top to bottom. I mean, he's a stout individual. Like to see him get out and travel just a little better today. Follow him with another calf that's a little longer sided, clean made. You appreciate the overall soundness. You just want to see a little more masculinity and character in him. And as we round out the class, we've got a calf just a little more modern in his frame, a little quicker in his maturity. And rounding out the class now, we have a bigger frame calf that's got a lot of value in the size and the frame and the performance he brings to the table. He just doesn't bring quite the muscle or the presence that the calves above him had today.
Thanks, Trent. Ladies and gentlemen, the Charolais ring. Let's give those exhibitors a nice round of applause as they leave the ring. That class was led off by 2524 SOS Nitro Polled 506N, exhibited by Springside Cattle Company, Airdrie, Alberta. Second place at 24.99. Longview Hugo Boss 12N, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell, Saskatchewan. Third place goes to 2501. JMB Noble 507N, exhibited by JMB Charolais, Brookdale, Manitoba. And please add in your catalog the Steenbrugger operation are in on that bull calf. Fourth place to 24.92. Bar SK Boomtown 511N, exhibited by Bar SK Cattle Company, Lloydminster, Alberta. Fifth place to 25.09. Keys Big Kahana 6N, exhibited by Efforts Key Ranch, Granville, North Dakota. Sixth place to 25.13. SKW Encore 101N, exhibited by Creek's Edge Land and Cattle Company, Yellow Creek, Saskatchewan. And seventh place to 25.08. McTavish Momentum 43N, exhibited by McTavish Farms Limited, Moosomin, Saskatchewan. Couple things I'd like to make sure that we made our audience aware of here tonight, and one of them is Heritage Link. A key part of Agribition's commitment to education is honoring and showcasing Indigenous culture and traditions. Don't miss the storytelling and cultural demonstrations in the Brand Center Link. Agribition Express is back. Hop on the bus for free and get dropped off right at the Agribition gates. You just pay $20 at the door and enjoy all the fun, excitement, and everything Agribition has to offer. Presented by SGI and serviced by the City of Regina. Don't miss your free ride. SGI, a reminder from our friends at SGI and Canadian Western Agribition. Go out, have a good time. Just make sure those good times can happen again by always finding a safe ride home. And finally, the Regina Hotel Association. As a proud sponsor of Canadian Western Agribition, the Regina Hotel Association is pleased to offer guests staying at our member hotels complimentary shuttle service to and from Agribition 7 a.m. and 10 p.m. daily. Wristband required, and see the front desk agent. Thanks to the Regina Hotel Association.
Here in the Junior Steer Jackpot, we'll have comments on our final class from Judge Riley LaFrance.
Really good class here. Again, a pair of kind of tan or cream steers, whatever you like to call them here, land on top. Our calf that wins, I think, just the most complete. He's muscular, he's heavy structured, he's got enough body and gives off that image that the calf will feed right. He's really good on the move. I think that's where he probably excels to me in this class, is just maintains his levelness and balance in motion as good as any of them. He's got the look, of a good fat steer, but he's still got some show ring presence to him, like the body and the muscularity, highly presented calf to win. The steer here in second, a little tougher to get a read on him just from a movement standpoint. He fights the halter just a bit. I like his frame. I like his added length of body. That's where he excels over the calf right ahead of him. He's just a little tougher to get a read on. I don't think he's made as nice out of his hip and his hind leg as our class winner. A calf that doesn't have quite the lower third there, and he isn't quite as explosive in his forerib and his flank as the calf here that wins. But really good calf there. I think has all the right parts and pieces to do the right things on down the road. Our steer here in third, really nice from the side. Like his balance, his length, his levelness. He just needs to be a bit stouter as he goes away from you. Of that top trio, he is the flattest out of his hip and down through his quarter. It just needs some more muscle on that calf, but from the side you really like him, like his length and levelness, very well balanced. Big silver steer here that comes next, he's got more muscle. I love the shape and the substance that calf has, and I think that's what makes it close in that placing to me. Just wish he handled it a little bit better there as you watch that calf go. I just question his hind leg a little bit as he continues to get bigger and heavier, if it'll quite hold, but I love the frame, the muscle shape. There's a lot to that calf. Just need to see him go a little bit better off that hind leg. Or red and white steer, that rounds off the class, like his body type and his kind. Young man's done a nice job presenting that calf. Just needs some more muscle here. This view right here, he just gets flatter through his hip and down in through his quarter. But you continue to feed that calf. His body and structure is plenty good enough. Nice project you'll have there as well. Congratulations, another really good class.
Thank you, Riley. Placings in our fourth split in the junior steer jackpot. First in class, number 518, exhibited by Weston Fahey. Second in class, number 520 from Bennett Blanchette. Third in class, number 517 from London Matthews. Fourth in class over the page, number 521 from Rebecca Porter. And rounding out the class, number 519 from Tyrell Carlson. Next in, we're going to have our championship class with the top 2 steers from each of our 4 splits coming back for the champion overall in the Mazer Group Junior Steer Jackpot.
Class complete on the Charolais side. Go ahead, Judge Liebrick.
I tell you what, we got a pair of really good individuals coming to the top of this class. The calf that goes ahead and wins just does it in an extremely smooth and tidy package. He's extremely strong-skulled. I like the presence of this calf. He's good jointed. He's awesome in his shoulder. Big-bodied, big-ended. Really good bull to go ahead and win this class. We got a bull that complements him quite well. One that's also masculine and rugged in his design. One that's big-bodied, big-hipped. But again, I got to tidy this calf up just a nickel in terms of his sheath and his navel for him to go any higher. We get into the stout power bull in the class coming in third, one that's super big when you get in behind him. You love the muscle, you love the body, you love the design of that hip and hind leg. I love the character in this bull's front end, but for me, we got to tidy him up a little bit in his shoulder as he opens up a little bit when he gets on the go, make him travel a little bit more square off that front end and for him to go any higher. We got a really long-bodied, really good-looking calf coming in next, one that's got some muscle and some meat. From the side, we just got to soften him up just a nickel, make him a little more true in terms of his heart and his forerib for him to go any higher. We got a really neat individual coming in next, one that's patterns just awesome from the side. He's got a wicked presence up front. You love the angles of his skeleton. But again, we've got to prop that calf up in terms of his frame and give him a shot more muscle for him to go any higher. And our young lady rounding off our class is doing a great job with a bull that's got a tremendous amount of length and muscle. Just needs to be opened up at the base and a little bit in terms of his rib cage, but an awfully good set of bulls.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Charolais ring, those exhibitors can all hear you. Let's give them a nice round of applause for a job well done. Another strong group leaves the ring. That class was led off by 2494 Elders Narco 522N, exhibited by Elders Charolais Coronac, Saskatchewan. 2510 was second. HBC Daytona 501N, exhibited by Harcourt Charolais Quilt Lake, Saskatchewan. 2515 was third. KR Iron Horse 1801N, brought to us today by KR Land and Cattle Company, Waskinnen, Alberta. Fourth place to 2497 Hidden Lake Nate 2N, exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farm, Carberry, Manitoba. Fifth place to 2498 WGD Backwoods 502N, exhibited by Danes Cattle and O'Neill Livestock, Red Deer County, Alberta. And sixth place to 2496 Hidden Lake Nash 4N, exhibited by Hidden Lake Stock Farm, Carberry, Manitoba.
We're back over here in the Junior Steer Jackpot Show here, folks. We've got our championship class in the ring here. We've got the top 2 steers from each of our 4 splits come back here to compete for the overall championship in this Junior Steer Jackpot Show. Again, our judge for the day is Mr. Riley LaFrance, who alongside his wife Maddie and his parents operate Wheatland Cattle Co. at Beanface, Saskatchewan, a top-end Angus and Simmental operation there. And of course, Riley has a lot of experience showing cattle, exhibiting cattle at a high level, and of course, judging shows across North America. Extremely qualified judge the way I have here in the Junior Steer Jackpot. The Junior Steer Jackpot's presented by Mazer Group, your local New Holland dealer in Regina and surrounding area. And we're excited to have Candice Bowles from Mazer Group, their marketing manager, here with us today to present the championship presentations to our group of steers here in the Junior Steer Jackpot. Thank you to Mazer Group.
She's a little bit
Are you good, Rob? Yes. Class complete in the Charolais ring. Once again, our judge, Trent, with his comments.
We've got a really powerful individual to start this class. Here's one that gets out and moves and travels smooth. He's proud. He's got a lot of masculinity and character. He's stout made. He's smooth in that forerib. Really like the angle of the shoulder in this bull. Here's a really good bull to start our class. Really like the profile of the bull that follows him. He maybe gives up a little masculinity, maturity to the bull in front of him, but you love the profile, you love the overall structural design of this calf, big body, big hip, good haired kind of calf to be in second. Then we have a pair of bulls that are fairly similar, a little plainer in their makeup, a little more traditional in that Charolais type, but you like the muscle and the character that they bring to the table. I like to clean up that fourth bull sheath a little bit to move any higher, and then we round the class out with a bull that just doesn't give us quite as much muscle expression as the bulls above him, but again, a good long-sided kind of bull to round out our class.
Thanks, Trent. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I'll ask you in the Charolais ring, let's give these guys a nice round of applause. That strong set of calves there was led up by 2503 SVY Bold 505N, exhibited by Surrey Inco Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan. Second place, 2493 Southland Amplify 17N, exhibited by Southland Cattle Company, Shaunavon, Saskatchewan. Third place, 2514 SKW Tracker 4N, exhibited by Creek's Edge Land and Cattle, Yellow Creek, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2506 C2 Nashville 6N, exhibited by C2 Charolais La Riviere, Manitoba. Fifth place to 2521 Moyer's Notorious 1N, exhibited by Moyer Cattle Company, Elora, Ontario, and Hicks Charolais. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll next have in our senior division of bull calves. This class sponsored by Kay's Cattle Company, Canistano, Saskatchewan, and Wilgenbush Charolais, Albright, Saskatchewan.
Back over here in the Junior Steer Jackpot Show, folks. We're going to wrap up with the championship drive here, again presented by Mazer Group, and we're excited to have Candace Bowles here, their marketing manager, to present those big checks. I'm going to pass it over to our judge for the day, Riley LaFrance.
I think just tremendous lineup here we have out in front of us for these young kids, and some of the kids, that got in a couple tougher classes that, weren't quite as fortunate today. But if you will, give them a big round of applause. It's great to see the youth involvement here. I think it's very cool that Agribition, and we should thank them for that, to bring this prospect show back. There's a lot of shows now that these kids are able to attend and take this project, and I think that's the tough part about what we do. It's a prospect steer show, so we're trying to kind of gauge where they go, and this isn't the end point, and I can almost guarantee the five that I pick in my top five today are going to get flip-flopped around throughout the spring, and that's okay. There's lots of very good calves. Some grow a little bit different than others. Some feed a little bit better than others. I've been in this position. We showed steers, my brother and I, when we were young. There's a lot of management that goes into it, and there's so many moving parts that just have to come together on that day. So I always really liked this. I was fortunate enough a year or two ago, I got to judge the steers at the Calgary Stampede, and this is something that's really cool. I was on the other end of it when they're already finished and done, but then to do it, at the prospect game when they're just young and lighter yet. So I commend you junior exhibitors. I know that this takes a lot of time and expense, so you kids on the end of the halter, be sure to thank your parents. They've definitely probably helped you along the way, whether it's feed them or purchase them, or I guarantee you that they were there for you to make it happen to get to this stage. So beautiful facility here we get to present them in. This has just been awesome. We're going to do a top five, so I'll pick a champion first and work on down to five. But again, to the sponsors, volunteers, and these great group of kids and calves, give them a nice round of applause.
There you go, folks. Your champion of the Junior Steer Jackpot, entry number 516, coming to you from the third split from London Matthews. Reserve champion, entry number 512 from the same split from Addison Barnett. Coming from the second split, that's entry number 509 from Mason Zwicker. That's our third overall. Fourth overall, entry number 518 from the fourth split. That's from Weston Fahey. And congratulations to our fifth overall steer. That's from the same split there. Entry number 520 coming to you from Bennett Blanchette. Congratulations to these exhibitors on a great job in the Junior Steer Jackpot Show. And thank you again, of course, to Mazer Group for sponsoring this show, providing the big checks. And thank you so much to Candace Bowles for being with us here today. And if the top five, you please stick with us here. We'd like to get photos with all of you in these checks here from Mazer Group. So if the top five can please make sure they stick around and meet at the backdrop there for the photos.
We're good to go. Garrett, take her away.
Well, what a lineup of senior bull calves here in the Charolais ring. This is what the beef business is all about. I tell you what, this is an exceptional set of bulls. Let's give them a big round of applause. There's a couple bulls out here that are just right in terms of their growth pattern, their masculinity, their absolute power that they bring to the table while still being structurally correct. We're going to go ahead and use that calf out of Class 4 as your champion senior calf, and then we're going to use a calf out of Class 3. Congratulations.
Our champion then, 2503 SVY Bold 505N, exhibited by Surrey Ankle Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan. And our reserve senior 2494 Elders Narco 522N, exhibited by Elders Charolais, Coronach, Saskatchewan. Our senior champion bull calves, ladies and gentlemen, let's give them a nice round of applause. Once again, that award sponsored by Say's Cattle Company, Canistino, Saskatchewan, and Wilgenbush Charolais of Hallbright, Saskatchewan. Congratulations, fellas. Once again in the Charolais ring, our class is complete. Trent Liebrick, our judge, with his remarks.
We have a really well-balanced masculine kind of bull that comes in the front of this class. He's long-sided. He's got a lot of muscle, a lot of character. He's really long. He gets out and travels real easy. You really appreciate that character in the bull. I love the way that bull travels. I love the length of spine in the bull. Followed with a bull that's a little shorter coupled, a bull that's just a little more attractive maybe in his overall makeup, but one that just isn't quite as long, doesn't get out and stride quite as easy, but you appreciate the muscle and the overall profile in the bull. We probably have the longest bull in the class in third. He's one that's slick-haired and long-sided. He gets out and travels well. He's appropriate in his masculinity. I'd just like to tidy him up underneath a little bit to move him up in this class. The next bull is kind of a show bull behind him. He's one that you really like when he's parked, but when he gets out moving, he struggles off those back corners, and you need to move a little better there to stand any higher today. The September born bull that we have next is a bull that really has a nice eye appeal to him. He's got a nice profile. He gets out and moves, and we round the class out with a bull that just doesn't have quite the width and thickness, overall masculinity to stand any higher in the class today. Nice set of yearling bulls.
Thanks again, Trent. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in another nice round of applause for an outstanding group of bulls. That class was led off by 2531 Beck's Frontline 439M, exhibited by Beck Farms of Lang, Saskatchewan. Second place, 2526 WGD Pearl Snaps 117M, exhibited by Danes Cattle and O'Neill Livestock Rare Deer Country and KC Cattle Company. Third place, 2530 Southview Macho Man, exhibited by Southview Farms Limited, Courtice, Ontario. Fourth place, 2528 SVY Bloodline 439M, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell, Saskatchewan, and Surrey Inco Cattle Company. Fifth place, 2532 DC Sir Mac 2450P, exhibited by Desertland Cattle Company, Sedalia, Alberta. And sixth place, 2527 Rosso Mariano 7M, exhibited by Rosso Charolais, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. In the Charolais ring, our class is complete. Once again, our judge with his remarks. Garrett.
Well, if you're standing here ringside, you can see this bull in front of us is presented to the nines. This is one fuzzy, stout, unique individual with an awesome presence. He's got a man's skull on him. He's got a real good crest. I love the angle of his shoulder. I love the body shape. To have that much rib cage and still have that much top, you got to love the hip and hind leg design in this calf. You got a big old shape to his twist and his stifle. He gets around and motors exceptionally well. Where we would like to change him a little bit is he's a little bit shorter in terms of his cannon bone, and I would like to see just a shot more growth in terms of his testicles underneath him, but that's an awfully unique individual to go ahead and win. We've got a super good looking bull coming in second, one that just shows himself off extremely well. He's big in his body. You got to love the hip and real shape this bull has. He holds the advantage in terms of growth and stretch to him. You got to love the length and muscle. Still, I need to change that bull just in terms of his heart and his forerib for him to go any higher, but that's an athletic, good-looking bull that'll do some good things in your cow herd. We get into a rugged athlete here coming in third, one that's a mile long, ton of stretch. He's got some foot and bone. He's just got a little extra sheath for us today, and he's a little flatter sided, but that's a good bull to come in third. We got a bull that's a mile long coming in fourth here. He gets out and he moves extremely well. You got to love the way this bull travels. He's good in the angle of his shoulder. You love the length of hip. He just sacrifices a little bit in terms of body shape for him to go any higher. And our bull rounding off our class is just a real productive kind of a bull that's got a tremendous amount of length. He's stout enough. He just gets a little bit frailer in terms of his bone work. Would like to give him a little bit more muscle for him to go any higher today.
Thanks, Garrett. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a lot of work bringing them big guys to town. Let's give them a nice round of applause and our appreciation here today. That class was led off by 2535 DMC, McCord Redeemed 4M, exhibited by McCord Cattle, Canada, Ontario. Second place, 2537 FTCC, The Resistance 4M, exhibited by Flat Top Cattle Company of Swift Current, Saskatchewan. Third place to 2525 HKS Mario 22M, exhibited by How Cooley Charolais, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Fourth place to 2529 Keys Drifter 133M, exhibited by Effort Ski Ranch, Granville, North Dakota. Fifth place to 2533 Hicks Maker's Mark 2M, exhibited by Hicks Charolais, Moorfield, Ontario. The next class in the ring will be our Grand and Reserve Champion Yearling Bull. This class is sponsored by JMB Charolais, Brookdale, Manitoba, and the folks at Hopewell Charolais at Corrobert, Saskatchewan. Thank you so very much to those establishments for sponsoring this class. Once again in the Charolais ring, Trent Liebrick with his comments on the class.
Well, we've got a tremendous set of yearling bulls out here. Put your hands together and show your appreciation to these exhibitors. I think depending on your breeding program, there's some different options, different ways you can go in here. We really appreciate the soundness, the structure, the length, and the overall body type of these bulls that we have in front of us. Garrett's going to go show you our two favorites.
Our junior champion, Bull 2535 DMC McCord Redeemed 4M, brought to us today by McCord Cattle Company, Canelta, Ontario. And the reserve 2531 Beck's Frontline 439M, the exhibit by Beck's Farms, Lang, Saskatchewan. Congratulations to our champion and reserve champion yearling bull. Ladies and gentlemen, join me in a nice round of applause. In the class in the ring right now, our first and second place will automatically become our senior bull champions of this year's show. And our senior champions are sponsored by the folks at Chartop Charolais and McAvoy Charolais. And very pleased to have those two once again aboard as the sponsors of our senior bull class. After considerable deliberation, Judge Liebrick has made his placings. Go ahead, Garrett.
I tell you what, this is a heck of a 2-year-old bull class. Everybody sitting here ringside, let's give these exhibitors a big round of applause. You know, each and every one of these bulls standing out here, these three, each have their own advantages in different regions of what we're looking for. But for us, this bull that comes to the top, he just does it, puts the most things together in the best, most balanced package. He's strong enough skulled. He's got a man's crest in him. He's got a good presence about it. You like the angle of his shoulder. He stays square when he goes. You like the top in the bull. He's big bodied. He's got an awesome hip and hind leg in him. And he gets out and travels as well as any out here in the ring. That's an awfully good bull to go ahead and win. We get a real powerful bull that comes in second here. I mean, he's got a hip. He's got some shape. You love the twist and quarter in this bull. You love the top in this bull. You get behind him, he is an absolute monster. I love the skull in this calf. It's just when he gets moving, he gets just a little bit too tight to go to the top of the class for me today. But that's an awfully useful bull to go ahead and be your reserve senior champion. And maybe my favorite bull's on the stand still at a distance. This coming in third, I tell you what, he's got a wicked presence. He's really cool in his shoulder. You love the hip in this bull. You get in behind him, he's got a ton of shape and a big top. Where his fault is when he goes, he struggles out of his front end. We'd like to see him reach and carry himself just a little bit smoother as he goes. Coming into our fourth place bull, a really practical individual, just really sound and functional. Doesn't have that extra pop to his muscle and expression as these three bulls ahead of him, but that's an awfully good bull to stand fourth. Our fifth place bull is one that's got a killer look when he's standing. You got to love the presence, the power, all the masculinity this bull has to offer. He's got a killer hind leg. This is just one that needs to move out freer for us, with an awfully good bull to stand fifth. And rounding out our class is a bull that's got a tremendous amount of length, just one that we need to bulk up a little bit in terms of his rib cage and give him a shot more look to go any higher. But what a set of bulls. Let's give these exhibitors another big hand.
Thanks, Garrett. This class led off by 2541 KR Trimmer 7015L, exhibited by KR Land and Cattle Company of Wakanana, Alberta, and KFC Farms Limited. Second place, 2536 Bar SK Strikeout 310L, exhibited by Bar SK Cattle Company, Lloydminster, Alberta, and Big Sky Cattle Company. Third place to 2537 SVY Stillwater 312L, exhibited by Southland Cattle in Shaunavon, Saskatchewan, and Surrey Inco Cattle Company. Fourth place to 2539 SOS KG Jim Bean Pole 3091L, exhibited by Springside Cattle Company, Airdrie, Alberta, KG Land and Cattle, and GR Simmentals. In fifth place, 2538 Longview Prosper 6L, exhibited by Longview Cattle Company, Grenfell, Saskatchewan. In sixth place, 2540 Southview Trust 222L, exhibited by Southview Farms Limited of Courtice, Ontario. Once again, our champion and reserve champion bulls, sponsored by Chartop Charolais and McAvoy Charolais. Now coming into the ring will be our final class of the day. When this class is wrapped up, please don't run away. We have some group classes that will complete our show, and it's always fun to encourage and congratulate those winners as they come out of those group classes. For now, we're moving into our Grand Champion class, and this class has a number of sponsors. Our Grand Champion bulls will receive the awards sponsored by Norheim Ranching, Norheim Equipment. Right on. Thank you. Lee Rosso Charolais, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. The Charolais banner. The Grand Champion female will receive, or Grand Champion bull of this year's show will receive the $500 credit with Bull Vigen out of Moose Jaw. Very pleased to have Cassie and Garner with us here today to present that $500 credit. Jolene Shea, representing the Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, is on hand. A longtime supporter from MNP, Chubb Lanago, representing Myers Norris Penny. Very pleased to have Chubb with us again today. And of course, the very coveted John Deere Grand Champion jacket. And with us today from John Deere is Justin Bradley. Justin, very pleased to have you with us here today as well. Give a big wave there. Everybody's looking for the presentation of that Grand Champion Award as well. And once again, we'll leave it to the judge to make that final decision. We're down to the wire now, and this will be the Grand Champion class, bull class of the 2025 Canadian Western Agribition National Charolais Show. And without any further ado, our judge, Mr. Trent Liebrick, with some final comments.
Thank you, Dwayne. Really appreciate the opportunity to evaluate these cattle today. It's been an absolute pleasure and honor and a privilege to be given the right to come out here and give our appraisal. We've seen some tremendous cattle today. I think about the Charolais breed, and I think about a breed that has terminal relevance. That's where I see the breed. I guess you asked for my opinion, and those are the kind of cattle that Garrett and I chose to select today. I think it's important to remember what the end product is, and I'm not saying that these bulls are going into commercial programs, but they're raising sons that are going into commercial programs, and what they produce is what's important. what they can add to the industry. You take that maternal female and you put this kind of muscle and performance in them, and that's where you get end product. That's where you get gain and yield, health in the feedlot, the things that make money for the people in the cattle industry. And that's why the Charolais calves, whether they're yellow or silver or white, have had a very strong place in our industry for many, many years, and they'll continue to with cattle like this. We tried to select cattle that were functional, that were sound, that brought us some muscle, some masculinity on the bull side, and as feminine and as attractive as we saw the females through the course of the day. You guys brought us some bulls that have some character, some mass, some masculinity, and we really appreciate that. We tried to find cattle that were sound, that were functionally right, and with that, I'm not going to take any more time. Garrett's going to go show you our two favorites. It's been a tremendous show and a tremendous honor, and I thank you for that.
And our grand champion bull, 2541 KR Trimmer 7015L, brought to us today by KR Land and Cattle Company, Waskanetna, Alberta, and KFC Farms. And our reserve grand champion of the 2025 show, entry number 2503, SVY Bold 505N, exhibited by Surrey Ankle Cattle Company, Maymont, Saskatchewan. Once again, congratulations to our grand and reserve grand champion bulls. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give them another nice round of applause. We'll make a very quick and prompt presentation of our Grand Champion Awards. Once again, I want to run through those sponsors who make this show such a coveted show to come to and compete in. The folks from the Charolais Banner, the major publication for the Canadian Charolais Association. The Reserve Grand Champion Bull receiving the award sponsored by Norheim Ranching. They'll receive the $500 Bovagen certificate for services with the good folks in Moose Jaw. Representing the Bovagen, of course, Cassie and our good friend Garner Dealbold. Once again, a brief rundown of our sponsors. Once again, we just can't do this too many times. But the SCA, Saskatchewan Cattlemen's Association, very pleased to have Jolene Shea with us here today. And, of course, Justin Bradley, presenting the very coveted John Deere Grand Champion jacket. Ladies and gentlemen, Dale Weinbender will be making just a couple more presentations before we resume our show. Thank you very much for your attendance. You've been a good crowd. We really appreciate your applause and congratulating our winners as they became official here. I urge you not to run away. We do have some group classes, and we always appreciate the audience for them. And so our show will complete in just a few short moments, but those group classes will complete the showing for today.
All right, we just have two small presentations to do, just while they're doing some picture breaks. Before I do that, I'd like to congratulate KR and Saryanko on your Grand and Reserve Bulls. Very well done. So first we'll do our SCA scholarship. So every year we give our scholarship out at Agribition. This year our scholarship was to make a full-size ad about the Saskatchewan Charolais Association and the Charolais industry as a whole. And this year our recipient is Morgan Debenham. She is a student at the University of Saskatchewan. I'm very involved in this CCOA program as well, so come on up here, Morgan.
Congratulations, Morgan. Dale, did that wrap that up for you? Okay, go right ahead, sir.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. I'm Scott Sunderland, and I have the pleasure of introducing our 2025 4-H regionals, 4-H regional winners. So each year, the Saskatchewan Charolais Association presents youth members that have won at their respective regional 4-H show with a Charolais-influenced steer or heifer. Our first winner is Dawson McLean with reserve champion steer at the Melfort 4-H Regional. Our second winner is Erica Zorb, supreme champion female at Prairie Land Junior Egg Showcase. Our third winner is Landon Burrill with reserve champion female at Melfort 4-H Regional. Elise Howe with grand champion steer at Moose Jaw 4-H Regional Show and Sale. Our fifth winner is Brooke Raymond, reserve champion female at Frontier Days Swift Current. And our final Charolais champion was Katie Kolonowski, reserve champion steer at Kerrobert 4-H Regional. So if those members are around, if they could come up and we'll present them with their hoodies.
Our judge has placed our produce of dam class. First in class, produce of dam, 2550, exhibited by KR Land and Cattle Company, Wascatna, Alberta. Second place to 2547, exhibited by Elder Charolais, Coronach, Saskatchewan. Third place goes to 2553, exhibited by Irvinside Cattle Company, Fergus, Ontario. Fourth place to 2549, exhibited by W2 Farms, Lanigan, Saskatchewan. And fifth place to 2543, CK Stock Farms, Candiac, Saskatchewan. Results are in on our breeders' herd. First place goes to 25.58, Elders Charolais, Coronach, Saskatchewan. Second place goes to 25.62, W2 Farms, Lanigan, Saskatchewan. Third place to 25.56, How Cooley Charolais, Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. Thanks again. You betcha. Just to complete our classes for today's show, first place in the Get-of-sire, 2566, Elders Charolais, Coronach, Saskatchewan. And second place to CK Stock Farms, Candiac, Saskatchewan. With that, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to announce our premier breeder, premier exhibitor of this year's show, Surrey Inco Cattle Company. If anyone from Surrey Inco Cattle Company who is within the sound of my voice, please come up to the front and accept your award. Thank you very, very much, Trent and Garrett Labrick, joining us from Radville here today. You fellas did an outstanding job. And please, ladies and gentlemen in the crowd, if you're within my voice, let's give them a nice round of applause to finish up today's show. That concludes the 2025 National Charolais Show. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your attendance. Thank you. Congratulations to all our winners. Nobody went home today being a loser. The number of great cattle we've seen today. We look forward to seeing you back next year. And please enjoy the balance of your journey here to Agribition. All the best.